Chapter 2140. The path is not over. The sixth law and 8 pets of the KSY, het oder air. Det Psetirum Saius and meer than 030 Nasiv of Satarf Isla need tray 8 and v Relma. Ethdalwer rut ni to ec pay. Many people's gazes turned to Lu Ming again. Many people sighed, many people sneered, and some even revealed killing intent. You el Niam, Utmus Yap Tai Rui Effelfern Kield Mu Ang of the MUNC. La, one of the MU clan's powerhouses, was the first to launch an attack. He strode out with murderous intent and charged at Lu Ming. It was a great emperor with a goatee and a murderous look in his eyes. Gaian M. ASW a Ersp Seal Talt. En Ekud Vahag on OT8 in Ve Realm Nda Deoetna Agert Por Tiatan. He looked Neve Kerbthora to the 11 Apia Rurmo Elmer Ni8 Ur. A tough. If he became the heavenly emperor, he would definitely be able to lead the MU family to supreme glory, and the MU family would have high hopes for him. But now he was dead. He was killed by Lu Ming. They would not let Lu Ming off. What do you nato ti do? Uncle Kong took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Ming. His powerful aura burst forth and blocked the MU clan emperor. You want to stop my Mu family by yourself? NB, and SP Tonar Kodal Algu spared out, NDA a Urfi Grapdia Sibid Yuknal. No KT Smeep Drays Tua and Devoek Mai. It was Nihotrum. RRP. The MU family was a very powerful force in the land of the divine mandate, and they had more than one great emperor. On the other side, the Holy Emperor and the others wanted to help, but they were stopped by the emperors from the Hang, He, and Tianluo families. Lu Nigem Sutton Dai. Yadat. The MU family's emperor with a goatee spoke coldly as he slowly pressed toward Uncle Kong. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Had LTCS Emps Raro Karoapal Bod. Why ta most, he Uldok Clotenrit DNA Suiaka Eskni, and escape with Elknu. Nkog Mu clan, you've crossed the line. At this moment, a white-haired old man walked over. His terrifying aura made the two emperors of the MU family change their expressions. This saw na exper from Eno of the Ordlavio Kersof in Isvechen Fate Tai DNA his Naktoiv Luai ASW Onb. Tfamlioth Battle of the 10 Lands has just ended. You want to touch the champion of the Battle of the 10 Lands in Destiny City? Are you looking for death? Someone else spoke, staring at the two emperors of the MU clan with hostility. He was from another overlord force in the City of Destiny. HT, Eni Imanuprelf Ergt Sormperidrits Tate Wadum Imiaf Great Pemsriarithuth Soidi. While though Lu Ming could not become a martial emperor, he was still the champion of the 10 Lands battle. His tough character was admirable. How could he let the MU family touch Lu Ming now? The two great emperors of the MU clan gritted their teeth and retreated helplessly. You yo keet het otwfo might and leave Tiancy Tyak sa soon as LSI. EB. The white-haired elder messaged Uncle Kong. Hallmaster, let's go. Uncle Kong nodded and said to Lu Ming. With the ava of his na, a evu of Greeneath Gerb Lu Ming and Kayuiari. A Nikerb Togr the Dvoinad 80 Igsernipo de what a. Ekert. After a while, they appeared at the peak of a mountain. This place is already far from the divine fated land. You guys enter my small world first, and 111 take you back to the Yuan Mountain. Klenyu OKGND. Sigh, Uncle Kong, I don't want to go back for the time being. One want to walk around. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. La WK, AR Odin? Uncle Kong was stunned for a moment, then a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He understood Lu Ming's feelings. The difficulty of becoming a great emperor was a great blow to anyone, let alone an unparalleled genius like Lu Ming. Ul Jimin di den edom to lak modnu and saj to is. Efmul, Hallmaster, this is a divine land. I'm afraid the MU clan will harm you. Uncle Kong was a bit worried. Uncle Kong, don't worry. One won't travel with my true identity. I'll use the divine breath technique to hide my identity. The divine fated land is so big that the MU family won't be able to find me. Ul Jimin. Dias, I also want to follow young master. Cho Yu said. She had also cultivated the divine breath technique. In 8, Den Klenu no Kejin Diad. Diet Sod Guotietal Lumjin Kai Arrow. UND. Alright then, I'll be waiting for you in the Dian Elixir Palace. Uncle Kong nodded, then tore open space and left. Ret Fei Unlek Jian Ko, Tvel Lu Mine DNA Chiu Uds the IV Endebrate Ektkani to conj their anak period DNA CL each the two of them claw RGH, each Trilagavni Hoggart 8M Tuios DNA. Ervers indeed, it was a huge blow to Lu Ming that he could not become a martial emperor. He had to adjust himself. They walked and stopped, doing whatever they wanted. Sometimes, Lu Ming would discuss cultivation with Chiu Yu. I Chu Yu dod liera osima egtro reprum DNA lod kupahermdak many types of sla. W ulming da dear lay krenomf de vi fight spefo sal to 8 traphies level of Ersefen. To NLs thigh CE, piacited luak EB diasot EB ervi eink. Repexity dan uiqwa AHDI soa eik dervatol of Tyan. Reaps sometimes, Lu Ming would sit in meditation for a few days in a place. Chiu Yu would stay by his side and comprehend the laws. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. On a umaninto e, KPA Lu Ngim Dha Neeb Tnamajet Fro half a. Moten, how should one continue on my future path? He sat quietly on the mountain peak, watching the clouds move and relax. Now, Lu Ming's mood had completely adjusted. He was thinking about his future path. Niak Inak break rugtho to hair, CHD 111 Inanuek to Ikadrepn the oil kamang assel. The more nomological laws one comprehend, the stronger my combat strength will be. As long as my combat strength grows, it doesn't matter if I become a monarch or not. Lu Ming's eyes gradually lit up. Naes et Kaudalnomk be a satin mystery orp. Ia would oitnuns ot hmokdepner when laws. His combat strength would increase exponentially with every new law he fused. He only had 5 nomological laws now. What about 6, 7, 8, or even more? What level would his combat strength reach? Moreover, since he could comprehend 2 ultimate maxims, could he comprehend 3 or 4? FLO called reluctant al tnefomth. Iao ulapofwad lue? Ebi his path had not been cut off, and his strength could still continue to improve. Then, he'll comprehend a new law. Lu Nemg stodo up, a fntidiokan cool no ishakafagina. Young master. Chiu Yu came to Lu Ming's side. Uchiwai Uiist go. Lu Ming held Chiu Yu's small hand and left. Next, what laws should I comprehend? Lu Niem red nod. Pe after a moment, Lu Ming made a decision. The laws of alchemy. NT, XL GMN9 leaped into her Kodenfi the Yaml Dao saw. L the law of alchemy, the law of array, and the law of weapons were 3 kinds of king law evolved from the Dao of inscription, each with its own mystery. Lu Ming had already mastered the array Dao laws. He planned to master the alchemy Dao laws and the equipment Dao laws in the future. ATT, yo ethisen fuo fo het atra laws ludoft nilight be ev norm os. Mtiracy after a few days, they arrived at a large city. This large city was the sacred land of alchemy in the land of divine destiny. It was filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. The forces in this large city were practically all focused on alchemy. Luniem and Uiqy would ista in HTE Ikarof HTE itmi IEBGNTL lid hepelu GMNI in his Nihoko impersnefo 8 semle od la. Within a few days, Lu Ming had already mastered the alchemy Dao laws. This made Lu Ming secretly amazed. He comprehended various laws at an astonishing speed. Ar Yunjitsai oidrep foitm, IUIQU had osla eamb egfmiorecten wrote LWS. Utshi da inkno drut arget enser. Tisak TL was vrade fifcuttle to T. Ilva took Lu Ming guessed that it might be related to his mutated Saint Heart. Lu Ming and Chiu Yu stayed there for 2 months. Lu Ming's alchemy Dao laws had already reached 30% mastery before the 2 of them left. Chapter 2141 Returning to Ancient Moon Holy Land. The 2 of them didn't rush back to Mount Yuan. They continued to wander around, relaxing and cultivating at the same time. Aeon City, Mu family. A group of people were discussing something in a hall. According to a reliable source, Lu Ming did not return to Mount Yuan. The only one who returned was that old bastard Dan Kong. An expert of the Mu clan said. However, we have sent people to look for Lu Ming everywhere but we can't find him. It seems that he has vanished into thin air. Another person said. It's fine. Well, just wait for him. Lu Ming will return to Mount Yuan sooner or later. Well, send people to Mount Yuan and wait for him there. That's right. Lu Ming must die. We must avenge Mu Yang. The experts of the Mu clan all spoke. Let me go personally. Finally, a middle-aged man with a goatee walked out. This was a great emperor. He was the first one to launch an attack on Lu Ming at the Mountain of Destiny. With you around, we can rest assured. The others nodded. The goateed emperor immediately left Aeon City with the two masters of the Mu family and headed for Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming was unaware of all this. They continued to walk and comprehend. In the north of the Yuan continent, the land of the divine beasts was an extremely desolate and hidden place. The space here was extremely unstable and the original qi was thin. It was the famous dead land of the divine beasts. There were tens of thousands of divine beasts in the land of divine beasts, but none of them would approach this place. On this day, a beautiful woman in black was holding the hand of a little boy who was about 3 or 4 years old. The little boy had bright eyes and white teeth. He was very good-looking. "Mother, where are we going?" the little boy asked. The peerless woman looked at the little boy with a complicated look in her eyes. "In the end," she said gently, "Mother will take you to a better place to teach you cultivation." He, little sister, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect that you would even have a child." A delicate laugh rang out, and a figure stepped through the air. This was also a woman with unparalleled beauty. Her appearance was exactly the same as the woman in black from before, but her temperament was slightly different. The woman behind him was wearing a white dress. She was covered in holy light and looked very holy. "Thank you, Nianjuan." The woman in black's eyes turned cold. That's right, the woman in black was Xian Yanqing, and the woman in white was Xian Yanjuan. Xian Yanjuan looked at the little boy in Xian Yanqing's hands and was surprised. This little doll looks 70 to 80% similar to Lu Ming. Don't tell me it's yours and Lu Ming's? This is really beyond my expectations. I can see that you've already awakened. It's even weirder that you'd do such a thing with Lu Ming and not kill him. Xian Yanjuan was very curious. "I don't need you to care about me," Xian Yanqing said coldly. "That's not right. I can see that your memories from your previous life and current life aren't fusing. It should mean that your memories from this life aren't willing to fuse with your memories from your previous life. No wonder, no wonder. However, if you continue like this, your cultivation level will be completely surpassed by me sooner or later." Xian Yanjuan chuckled as if he had noticed something. Xian Yanqing's expression was complicated. Although she had already awakened the memories of her previous life, she was unwilling to merge the memories of this life with those of her previous life. The two types of memories would alternate and control this body. Why do you have to do this? Only when we merge the memories of our past lives can we break through and rise again, surpass our past lives, and step onto the path of supremacy. If you do this, all your efforts will eventually go to waste. In the end, Xian Yanjuan sighed. Her personality had changed a lot compared to before. In the past, she would never speak to Xian Yanqing with such an attitude. At this moment, Xian Yanqing's expression changed. His eyes and expression changed. They were the same as before. She patted the little boy's head lovingly and said, "I won't merge them. This life is this life, and the past life is the past life. Why should I awaken and merge them?" "It seems that you can't let go of Lu Ming," Xian Yanjuan said. Xian Yanqing remained silent. "Mother, who is she? Why does she look like you?" the little boy asked as he sized up Xian Yanjuan curiously. "I'm your aunt. Come to me. I'll take you to the heaven realm and teach you how to cultivate supreme techniques." Xian Yanjuan smiled. "I'll take him there, you don't need to worry." After Xian Yanqing said that, he held the little boy's hand and walked towards the void turbulence. Xian Yanjuan smiled and followed them into the void. Finally they disappeared. If other people knew about this, they would be very surprised. The void turbulence here could actually lead to the heaven realm? Lu Ming and Qiu Yu walked and stopped along the way. When they arrived at the Ring Sea, half a year had passed since the Battle of the Ten Lands had ended. In the past 6 months, the news of the Battle of the Ten Lands had spread all over the world. Countless people were shocked. Countless people knew of Lu Ming's name. Of course, there were also countless people who sighed. An unparalleled heaven's favorite couldn't become a saint emperor. This made people sigh. After Lu Ming and Qiu Yu arrived at the Ring Sea, they took the cross-sea warship and returned to the Yuan Mountain. After returning to Mount Yuan, they didn't disguise themselves and restored their original appearances. Lu Ming did not head to the Heavenly Emperor City, nor did he return to the Ancient Moon Sanctuary. The first place he wanted to go to was the Ancient Saint Clan. He was going to the ancient Saint clan to find Xian Yanjuan and ask about Xian Yanqing. He felt that Xian Yanjuan must know what had happened to Xian Yanqing. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the ancient Saint clan, he was told that Xian Yanjuan had left the ancient Saint clan a few months ago and had disappeared. Lu Ming had no choice but to leave the ancient Saint clan and take the teleportation array back to the ancient moon sanctuary. Emperor Notionless had already left. There was no need for Lu Ming to go to the Heavenly Emperor City. Lu Ming planned to return to the ancient Moon Holy Land first before returning to the Azure Continent. It was time to settle the matter at the Azure Continent. With his current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary Void Emperor with a wave of his hand. After settling the matters at the Azure Continent, it was time for him to return to the Divine Wilderness Continent. It had been more than 10 years since he left the Divine Wilderness Continent. It was time for him to return. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is back. When Lu Ming walked out of the teleportation array outside the ancient moon sanctuary, he was immediately recognized by the others. The area around the teleportation formation was in an uproar. Lu Ming's name shook the world. In the Battle of the 10 Lands, he stepped on the other heaven's favorites and won the championship. His magnificence made the people of the ancient Moon Holy Land feel proud. Everyone make way. Lu Ming was speechless. The road was blocked and a large number of people were watching from all directions. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu squeezed out of the crowd and flew towards the ancient Moon Holy Land. Humph. He's just a cripple. If he can't become a divine emperor, what's the use of having strong battle prowess at this stage? After Lu Ming left, some people sneered and mocked him. Everyone looked over and recognized the Wan family. Chapter 2143 Conspiracy. That's right. He's just an emperor to be. My Golden Crow clan can easily send out a high-level Void Emperor to suppress him. One of the Golden Crow race experts sneered. It must be because he has done too much evil. The retribution he received is really satisfying. A giant wolf from the Sky Wolf Tower opened his mouth and even grinned. The others sighed. It was indeed a pity that Lu Ming could not become an emperor. Very quickly, the news of Lu Ming's return to Ancient Moon Sanctuary spread from Ancient Moon Sanctuary. Lu Ming did not stop along the way. Soon, he and Qiu Yu returned to the Dian Elixir Palace. Junior brother. Junior brother. Tian Chue and Xuaningxin had been cultivating in the Dian Elixir Palace. Their cultivation levels were not high, so they did not go to the land of divine destiny. When they saw Lu Ming return, they smiled. Junior brother. Senior sister believes in you. You will definitely become an emperor in the future. Xuaningxin came over to comfort him. Not bad. You'll blind everyone's eyes when the time comes. Tian Chue also walked over, consoling him. Of course, I will definitely create a miracle. Lu Ming smiled and said half-jokingly. After this period of time, he had adjusted his mood. He didn't give up on the path to becoming an emperor, and he would slowly search for it in the future. However, at the current stage, he could still continue to comprehend new laws, and his strength could continue to increase. He was not in a hurry. Furthermore, he had heard that there was a prerequisite for breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, which was to cultivate all 9 types of nomological laws to the perfected 3rd realm. Then, the 9 types of nomological laws would be integrated, and the quantity would become a qualitative change, turning into a great Tao. Only then would one become a great emperor. Therefore, he was trying to comprehend more laws and would not do anything useless. In the future, if he really broke through to the martial emperor realm, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Come, let's drink to our heart's content. Tian Chue laughed as he took out a jar of fine wine, and everyone began to drink. Qiu Yu was also by Lu Ming's side. After drinking a jar of wine, her face turned red, as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. The few of them drank and chatted until the next day. Lu Ming had intended to take a break, but at this moment, he received a voice transmission that someone had come to the Dian Elixir Furnace. Lady Mu, Brother Yi. Lu Ming came to the Dian Elixir Furnace and saw a few young men. Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfang were among them. In the ancient moon sanctuary, apart from Fengling, Long Chen, and a few others, Lu Ming had the best relationship with Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the others. Obviously, they had also heard the news of Lu Ming's return. Lu Ming, we just heard that you're back. Lu Ming, we all believe in you. You'll definitely become an emperor one day. Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the others also comforted him. Many thanks. Lu Ming smiled and invited the few of them in to have a seat. Lu Ming, the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land, has decided to invite you to a banquet 3 days later to congratulate you on becoming the champion of the Battle of the 10 Lands. Finally, Yi Dongfang spoke. All right, I'll definitely go. Lu Ming nodded. The few of them chatted for a while more before Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the others left. Lu Ming rested for a while before he continued to study the alchemy Dao laws. During this period of time, he had already cultivated the alchemy Dao laws to 60% maturity. His speed could be said to be extremely fast. On this day, the Golden Crow clan, the Sky Wolf Tower, the Wan family, and the Purple Extreme sect all received an invitation to the Wind clan for a meeting. When they arrived at the Wind Race's conference hall, they realized that the people sitting in the hall were not the Wind Race's leader, but 2 strangers. The Wind clan's patriarch and elders were seated below, carefully accompanying them. Clan leader Feng, why have you called us here? The Wan clan's master was the first to ask. There's no hurry. Let me introduce them to you. They're from the Daluo Heaven sect, the ancient Sun Holy Land. The clan leader of the Wind clan pointed at the 2 people above. What? The Wan clan leader and the Golden Crow clan leader's expressions changed slightly. The Daluo Heaven sect was a great emperor-level force with great strength that they could not compare with. They quickly saluted the 2 people from the Daluo Heaven sect, who nodded slightly. Everyone, I'll get straight to the point. This time, I've brought all of you here for only one purpose: to kill Lu Ming. A middle-aged man from the Daluo Heaven sect said coldly. The hall suddenly fell silent. After a while, the Wan family's master said, Brother Luo, to be honest, we want to kill Lu Ming too. However, he has the protection of that old man from the Dian Elixir Palace. That old man is a great emperor. If we attack Lu Ming, I'm afraid that old man will kill us directly. That's right. If it wasn't for that old man from the Dian Elixir Hall, we would have destroyed Lu Ming long ago. The chief of the Golden Crow race said. It doesn't matter. This time, Emperor Tian Luo of the Daluo Heaven sect will take action. The old man of the Dian Elixir Palace will naturally be dealt with by Emperor Tian Luo. The middle-aged man from the Daluo Heaven sect said. Emperor Tian Luo will take action? The leaders of the Wan family, the Golden Crow clan, the Sirius Tower, and other forces were all overjoyed. However, they immediately looked worried because they remembered that Lu Ming still had the Celestial Thearch's physical body. Lu Ming still has the Celestial Thearch's body. Although he was assassinated by the Death God Nation in the Land of Divine Destiny, he did not use the Celestial Thearch's body. Some people speculate that there are many restrictions to his use of the Celestial Thearch's body, but we have to be careful. The Wan clan's clan head said. The others also nodded. This was related to the survival of their entire force, so they had to be cautious. We've already considered this. That's why we need you to send someone to assassinate Lu Ming and test if he can control the Celestial Thearch's physical body. One of the Daluo Heaven sect disciples said. Should we go and test them? The Wan family's master and the others changed their expressions. They had sent people to test the waters. If Lu Ming could control the Celestial Thearch's physical body, the people they sent would be dead. If Lu Ming were to be enraged, all the major forces would be in danger. Don't worry. We're only testing him just in case. If Lu Ming can't control the Celestial Thearch's physical body, we can kill him directly. If he can control it, you'll only lose a few experts at most. When it's necessary to do great things, a little loss is necessary. And let me tell you, we're not the only ones who went against Lu Ming this time. The Mu family, the Land of Divine Destiny, has also sent a great emperor to deal with him. So, even if Lu Ming can control the Celestial Thearch's body, he's still dead. However, if this matter is spread out, it will be embarrassing for the Mu family or the Daluo Heaven sect. So, you need to send someone to assassinate them. Another person from the Daluo Heaven sect said with great confidence. The Mu clan has also sent an expert to the Divine Land. The eyes of the Wan family's master and the others flickered, and they finally made a decision. All right. Well, send people to ambush Lu Ming. I'll be best if we can kill him directly. The leaders of the major forces all made their decisions. Lu Ming was too much of a threat to them. They had to get rid of him. Even if Lu Ming could not become an emperor, He had to get rid of him as soon as possible. They would only be at ease after he was eliminated. This time, with the help of the masters of the Daluo Heaven sect and the Mu family, they could not miss such an opportunity. Chapter 2144. Lu Ming's killing intent. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ming headed in the direction of the Thunder God sect alone. This time, Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the other geniuses of the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land had invited Lu Ming to a gathering place near the Thunder God sect. This place was very luxurious, and there were elegant and noble restaurants. When Lu Ming arrived, there were at least dozens of young elites from the various sects of ancient Moon Holy Land. They came to welcome and celebrate Lu Ming's arrival. These young people might not be much on a big stage like the Battle of the Ten Lands, but in the ancient Moon Holy Land, they were all top talents, the pillars of the ancient Moon Holy Land in the future. Everyone toasted each other and it was very lively. The banquet ended after half a day and Lu Ming took his leave. He planned to return to the Azure continent with Qiu Yu, Xuening Xin, and Tian Chue in a few days. As Lu Ming flew, he was thinking about his next plan. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt a sense of danger approaching. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming retreated frantically. Whoosh! Whoosh! In front of Lu Ming, a few terrifying wind blades cut open the space and slashed across. Following that, the space behind Lu Ming trembled and a few rays of light shot towards him. They were monarch weapons that could pierce through space with terrifying power. Boom! Lu Ming exploded. He circulated all 5 types of laws and cast the Chaos Divine Palm, striking out a few times in a row. Thump! Thump! A few monarch weapons were sent flying. 3-star Illusionary Emperor. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lu Ming could feel that the person controlling the sovereign weapon was a 3-star Illusionary Emperor. Sila! The wind whistled above Lu Ming's head, and heat waves rolled. A huge claw grabbed at Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming would definitely die if he was scratched by this claw. Boom! Lu Ming burst out and cast the divine power of the Sword of Death. A combat sword formed and he slashed upward. Puchi! A huge claw was cut off by Lu Ming. A 4-star Illusionary Emperor. Lu Ming's gaze turned colder. Golden Crow Race, Wan Family, and Wind Race, you're all looking for death. Lu Ming shouted angrily. The ones who had just attacked were the experts of the Wind Race, the Wan Family, and the Golden Crow Race. They were all 3-star Void Emperors and above. Kill! A loud roar was heard. Then, figures flashed and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming discovered that not only were there people from the Wind Clan, Wan Family, and Golden Crow Clan, but there were also people from the Sky Wolf Tower and the Purple Extreme sect. Lu Ming was drowned in a terrifying aura. Some people's cultivation levels were extremely terrifying. High-level Illusionary Divine. Lu Ming's eyes turned solemn. Among them, there were 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star Void Emperors. Lu Ming, you're dead for sure today. Someone coldly spoke. Kill! A giant wolf pounced at Lu Ming. Its aura was violent and cold. It was a 4-star Illusionary Emperor. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming held the Sword of Death and slashed it. During this period of time, Lu Ming's Sword of Death and Hammer of Chaos, the 2 self-created divine ability techniques, became more and more powerful as he continued to comprehend. 115X, V11L111 UVV4UWVA 1511M. Blood gushed out, and a huge wolf head was chopped off. A 4-star Illusionary Emperor was killed by Lu Ming in seconds. This made the others shiver and break out in cold sweat. This was too terrifying. He was only an emperor to be, but he was able to kill a 4-star Void Emperor in seconds. This was simply incredible. Such a thing had never happened before. This kid is even more terrifying than he was in the Ten Lands battle. We can't let him live. Let's attack together. A series of roars sounded. Indeed, Lu Ming had now cultivated the Alchemy Dao laws and had mastered 6 types of laws. His combat strength had increased by another level. Boom! Boom! This time, the high-level Void Emperors also made their move. 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star Void Emperors all took action. One after another, terrifying divine abilities were about to drown Lu Ming, Wind Race, Golden Crow Race, Wan Family, Purple Extreme Sect, Sky Wolf Tower. You're seeking your own death. Lu Ming's gaze was extremely cold. Back then, he had sworn to destroy the Golden Crow race, the Wan family, and other forces. However, he had not planned to make a move now. He had planned to wait until he returned to the Divine Wilderness continent before making a move. But now, these factions had actually taken the initiative to ambush him. He would just have to get rid of these factions. Buzz! The sword howled and a stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Celestial Emperor's sword. Lu Ming waved his sword and slashed out a terrifying sword light. Instantly, there were screams. In an instant, a 6-star illusionary emperor, 2 4-star illusionary emperors, and 3 3-star illusionary emperors were cut in half by the sword. The terrifying sword chi in the sword annihilated their souls. Oh no! It's the Celestial Emperor's sword. He can control the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Run, run! The remaining Void Emperors were almost scared to death. They roared madly and fled frantically. Since you've come, you must all die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a cold light as he slashed out with the Celestial Emperor's sword. Whoosh! 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 Tiny sword chi entered the air and slashed at those people. In the next moment, there were continuous screams. The people who came to kill Lu Ming were killed one after another. In the face of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, the Void Emperor was too weak, like an ant. Whether it was a 7-star illusionary emperor or a 3-star illusionary emperor, there was no difference under the Heavenly Emperor's sword. They were all killed with one sword. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had killed more than 10 experts. The Celestial Emperor's corporeal body has stored 36% of the energy. The power of the Celestial Emperor's sword has also increased by a large margin. Moreover, 36% of the energy is enough to destroy several forces. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He then put away the Celestial Emperor's sword and started to collect the spoils of war. These people were all at the Martial Emperor realm and had abundant resources. Lu Ming would not miss this opportunity. Lu Ming kept the storage rings one by one. Lu Ming also put away the Sky Wolf Tower and the corpses of the Golden Crow clan's powerhouses. This was the Divine Wolf and Golden Crow of the Martial Emperor realm. Their physical bodies were also very valuable. After he was done, he looked in one direction and said coldly, "Then let's start with the Golden Crow tribe." With that, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flashed away. The Golden Crow race lived in a group of volcanoes. Here, the flame energy was sufficient and could continuously absorb the sun fire essence. It was a rare treasure land. From time to time, he could see 3-legged golden crows flying back and forth between the volcanoes. "What's that?" Suddenly, one of the golden crows cried out. All of the golden crows turned to look in the same direction. Boom! 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 The sky trembled, and an extremely huge combat sword appeared in the sky. It was a stone sword, but it was too big, over 100 miles long. It fell from the sky, slashing down towards the volcanoes where the golden crows lived, as if it was a divine punishment from the gods. The vast and terrifying aura almost scared the wits out of many golden crows. Someone's attacking. Run! Run! Countless golden crows scattered in all directions. Boom! Boom! The giant stone sword slashed down and the volcanoes exploded. Chapter 2145. Trampling the Golden Crow race. The huge stone sword was hundreds of miles long and it covered many volcanoes as it struck down from the sky. The stone sword fell, and the ground cracked open. Volcanoes exploded one after another, and lava wreaked havoc. Ah! The cries of pain continued to ring out as the golden crows were swept by the sword chi and exploded one after another, their golden feathers flying in the air. "Who is it? You want to kill my Golden Crow race? Let's escape first." The Golden Crow clan was in complete chaos. One by one, the golden 3-legged golden crows shot up into the sky, trying to escape. However, in the sky, a figure holding a stone sword stepped through the air. Sword light burst forth, killing one golden crow after another and falling down. "Lu Ming, it's you!" A loud roar reverberated in all directions. "It's Lu Ming, it's him!" "Lu Ming, why do you want to kill the Golden Crow clan?" Upon hearing that it was Lu Ming, many golden crows panicked and roared. "The Golden Crow tribe shall be exterminated!" Lu Ming said coldly. The stone sword did not stop. With every slash, a golden crow was killed. Moreover, Lu Ming had specifically picked the powerful Golden Crow race to kill. In front of Lu Ming, even a true emperor could not fight back and was killed with one sword. Buzz! In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on a golden crow. This golden crow had an extremely powerful aura. It was a high-level true emperor and was very likely a high-ranking member of the golden crow race. Run, run, run! The golden crow race's tribe leader roared. He was truly panicking. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to control the celestial thearch's physical body. With the celestial thearch's sword in hand, he was astonishingly powerful. Even someone as powerful as him felt a sense of powerlessness. Lai could only escape and wait for Emperor Tianluo and the Mu family experts to kill Lu Ming. However, in the next moment, he was in despair. A sword light broke through the void and approached him in an instant. No! The Golden Crow race's chief cried out in fear. His entire body was covered in golden flames as if he had turned into a huge sun. He wanted to block Lu Ming's sword gleam. But as the sword light passed, the flame was extinguished. A sword mark appeared on the Golden Crow race chief's forehead. His soul had been destroyed. The chief of the Golden Crow race had fallen. This time, the energy stored in the celestial thearch's physical body had reached 36%. Even if Lu Ming controlled the celestial thearch sword alone, no one below the Great Emperor realm could block it. The chief is dead. Run! The Golden Crows roared loudly. It was a mess, a complete mess. Lu Ming continued to kill as he continuously slashed out sword beams, specifically targeting the true emperor and empty emperor realm Golden Crows. The sword light was so fast that it pierced through the void. Even with the Golden Crow's extreme speed, it was difficult to escape. One Golden Crow after another fell to the ground and died. Lu Ming only stopped after a long while. Almost all the martial sovereigns of the Golden Crow clan had been slaughtered, and only a few of those below the rank of martial sovereign had managed to escape. After this battle, the Golden Crow clan could be considered to have declined. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he started to collect his spoils of war. He put all the dead bodies of the Golden Crows into a storage ring. After cleaning up, Lu Ming turned and left. As soon as Lu Ming left, many figures flashed over. It was people from the other forces of ancient Moon Holy Land. The battle with the Golden Crow race had caused too much of a commotion. Sword chi filled the sky and the cries of the Golden Crows spread in all directions. Even from a long distance away, others had already noticed. After these people arrived, they were deeply shocked. The volcano exploded, and the ground was covered in lava and Golden Crow feathers. From time to time, he could see the corpses of a few weaker Golden Crows. Lu Ming did not like them and did not take them away. Heavens, the Golden Crow race has been exterminated. Someone said in a trembling voice. It's Lu Ming. Someone shouted for Lu Ming just now. Lu Ming killed his way to the Golden Crow race and exterminated the Golden Crow race. Many people were dumbfounded. Very quickly, this news spread like a hurricane throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. This was an explosive piece of news. Everyone and all the powerful forces were shocked. Many people were dumbfounded when they heard this news. It was simply unbelievable and felt unreal. Guyu Holy Land, the Golden Crow race that had been around for countless years had been destroyed. The one who destroyed it was a young man, Lu Ming. Many people recalled that when Rhe Great Yen Elixir Palace was first born, the Golden Crow clan, the Sirius Tower, and other forces sent martial sovereigns to suppress Lu Ming. Back then, Lu Ming once said that he would destroy the Golden Crow clan, the Sirius Tower, and the others one day. Today it was realized. On this day, two terrifying experts descended from the Windrace. Emperor Tianluo and the Emperor with a goatee from the Mu family. At this moment, he had received the news that the Golden Crow clan had been exterminated. Lu Ming, you're so decisive. I'll make my move then. The goateed emperor of the Mu clan coldly said. Brother Mu, Lu Ming has a celestial thearch's body that can suppress a great emperor. We have to be on guard. Emperor Tianluo warned and briefly explained the incident between Lu Ming and the emperor of the He family. Old man, he is merely a 1-star great emperor. I'm a 2-star great emperor. I can suppress Lu Ming and kill him. The goateed emperor sneered with confidence. In the great emperor realm, the difference between each star was huge. Lu Ming could barely suppress the He family's great emperor, but he could kill him. At the same time, his eyes glowed with greed. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Lu Ming actually had the celestial thearch's body in his hands. Lu Ming was able to suppress a one-star great emperor by controlling the celestial thearch's body. If it fell into his hands, wouldn't he be able to dominate the great emperor realm? Il's heart was burning. You guys wait for me here. If anything happens, immediately send me a message. The goateed emperor took a step forward and left for the Golden Crow tribe. By the time he reached the Golden Crow tribe, Lu Ming was long gone. This kid, where will he go next? The goateed emperor pondered. Not long after, another explosive piece of news spread throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. The Skywolf Tower was destroyed. Inside the Skywolf Tower, terrifying skywolves were killed by Lu Ming one after another, and blood flowed like a river. Guyu Holy Land was once again shaken. Within a short period of time, Lu Ming had annihilated two powerful forces in a row. This was simply a magnitude 12 earthquake. Guyu Holy Land was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this matter, and at the same time, they sent people to monitor the development. The goateed emperor also received the news. He tore through the void and rushed to the Skywolf Tower. However, Lu Ming had already left. This kid left quite quickly. Lai wants to take revenge. Lai's going to trample on every family. That's good. I'll wait for him at the Wind Clan. A cold smile appeared on the goateed emperor's face. As for the Golden Crow clan, he didn't care about the destruction of the Sirius Tower at all. His objective was to kill Lu Ming. What did the destruction of these forces have to do with him? After he returned to the Wind Tribe, he immediately had a discussion with Emperor Tianluo and the leader of the Wind Tribe. Not long after, the leader of the Wind Tribe sent out a message, asking the Wan family and the Purple Extreme sect to retreat to the Wind Tribe. They would wait for Lu Ming there. It was obvious that Lu Ming wanted to destroy the families one by one, because he had the celestial thearch's physical body. She would just wait for him at the Wind Tribe. Chapter 2146 Killing the Wind Race. Lu Ming left immediately after razing the Skywolf Tower to the ground. His next stop was the Wan family. This time, he would not let any of the Wind Clan, the Wan family, and the Purple Extreme sect off. Before he returned to the Divine Wilderness continent, he wanted to raze all of these factions to the ground and get rid of them forever. The next one would be the Wan family. The Wan family was the first to have a feud with Lu Ming. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Unfortunately, when Lu Ming arrived at the Wan family, they were already empty. All the people above the Sage Realm had left, leaving only those below the Sage Realm. Lu Ming could not be bothered to kill those below the Saint stage. He was not a bloodthirsty person. However, he still took down a few people and asked about the whereabouts of the Wan family. The family head and the others should have gone to the Wind Clan. An elder from the Wan family spoke in fear. He was afraid that Lu Ming would kill them in a fit of anger. The Wind Race? It seems like you're waiting for me at the Wind Tribe. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This matter doesn't seem to be that simple. Since they know that I control the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body and still dare to wait for me at the Wind Tribe, they must have something to rely on. Could it be that a great emperor is behind this? Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind. He felt that it was highly possible because the whole thing was very strange. As soon as he returned, he was ambushed by the Wind Race, the Wan family, the Golden Crow race, and other forces. By right, these people were not that bold because Uncle Kong was around. Uncle Kong had once said that before Lu Ming became a martial emperor, the other party was not allowed to send out people above the rank of martial emperor to deal with Lu Ming. However, this time, the other party had sent experts to ambush them. Even if the other party wanted to ambush them, they should not be in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Or rather, they would not personally send people but hire assassins. That was the only way to be safe. If Lu Ming did not die and the news was leaked, Uncle Kong would not let them off. However, since the other party dared to do this, they most likely had something to rely on. Lu Ming did not go to the Wind Tribe immediately. No matter who's behind this, let's settle this once and for all. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. At present, the Celestial Thearch's body had stored 36% of his energy. Previously, when he killed the Golden Crow clan and the Sirius Tower, the strongest of the two forces was only an advanced stage true emperor. Lu Ming did not consume much energy. This was his confidence. He wanted to completely annihilate the Wind Clan, the Wan family, and the Purple Extreme sect. However, if the other party had a great emperor behind him, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. He would need to borrow strength. Lu Ming immediately sent a message to Uncle Kong and headed to the Phoenix Palace. When Lu Ming arrived at the Phoenix Palace, the entire place was in an uproar. Lu Ming's current reputation was too well known. Soon, Lu Ming met the palace master in the main hall of the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming, why have you come to the Phoenix Palace to find me? The Phoenix Palace's palace lord asked directly. I'd like to ask for Phoenix Palace's help to annihilate the Wind Race, the Wan family, and the Purple Extreme sect. Lu Ming went straight to the point and explained his intention. The Phoenix Palace's palace master furrowed her brows and seemed to be in deep thought. Lu Ming, are you confident? The Phoenix Palace lord asked. This concerned the future of the Phoenix Palace, so he had to be cautious. Yes, even if the other party has a great emperor behind him, he will still die. It's difficult to change that. Lu Ming was extremely confident. All right, I promise you. I'll invite the leaders of some other forces to work together and destroy the Wind Clan, the Wan family, and the Purple Extreme sect. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord made a decision. The Wind Clan was one of the ancient clans, with deep foundations and powerful strength. Ever since the Wind Clan appeared, they had been suppressing the other forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land. Especially after the conflict between Lu Ming and the Wind Tribe was triggered and he killed Feng Wuchen, the Wind Tribe's prodigy, those forces that were on good terms with Lu Ming were suppressed by the Wind Tribe. They had long wanted to resist. Thank you, Palace Master. I'll make another trip to the Divine Elephant sect. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude and left the Phoenix Palace, heading towards the Divine Elephant sect. The Divine Elephant sect, like the Phoenix Palace, agreed very quickly. They would also invite some forces to fight together. Half a day later, the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace and the Sect Master of Divine Elephant Sect sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. The matter had been decided. A total of 10 powerful forces would take action. All the forces had agreed to meet at the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming also headed toward the Phoenix Palace. When he arrived, the 10 major forces had all arrived. Moreover, the masters of the 10 major forces had all come together. This time, all the major forces had almost used all their strength to destroy the Feng clan. Seniors, wait a moment. I will start the battle first. If the situation doesn't look right, you can retreat first. Lu Ming said. If the other party had too strong an expert that even he could not defeat, then the forces like Phoenix Palace would only be courting death if they went up. He had to be on guard against this. Everyone nodded. Naturally, they would not joke about the fate of the entire force. I'll take my leave first. With that, Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed in the direction of the Wind Clan. Not long after Lu Ming left, the people from the top 10 forces also set off for the Wind Tribe. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Soon, a towering mountain appeared in front of him. The Wind Race's base was originally in a small world, but ever since they were born, they had built many majestic palaces in the ancient Moon Sanctuary. From afar, one could see that on the towering mountains were many luxurious palaces. Lu Ming stepped on the air and headed toward the mountain where the Wind Tribe was. Who is it? Someone noticed Lu Ming and shouted. The person who will kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. He threw a punch and the person in front of him was shattered into pieces. He was only an emperor to be. Naturally, he was killed by Lu Ming in seconds. You are Lu Ming. Someone recognized Lu Ming and immediately shouted. Lu Ming is attacking. Lu Ming is attacking. Loud roars reverberated throughout the Wind Tribe. Emperor Tianluo, the goateed emperor, the head of the Feng clan, the Wan clan, and the sect master of the Purple Extreme sect were in the middle of a discussion when they heard a roar from outside. It's finally here. A cold smile appeared on the goateed emperor's face as he walked out. The others all followed. Outside the Wind Tribe, Lu Ming stood in the void, his eyes cold. The Wind Race sent people to ambush me. Do they really think I have a good temper and can be manipulated as they please? Today, I'll flatten the Wind Race. Lu Ming shouted. His voice was like thunder, rumbling in the sky. The celestial the arch sword appeared and Lu Ming slashed out. An extremely huge sword slashed down at the Wind Tribe mountain with earth-shattering power. It was extremely terrifying. Many disciples of the Wind Race were trembling in fear as they shouted madly. Lu Ming, You are the one who will die today. Die! A cold shout came from the mountain of the Wind Clan. A figure rushed into the sky. Then, a giant palm appeared out of thin air. It was even bigger than a mountain. It blocked out the sky and grabbed the giant sword. Boom! The mountains trembled, and the world rumbled. Lu Ming's sword was blocked. The sword light scattered, and a figure appeared in the sky. It was the goateed emperor. Chapter 2147. The Great Battle with the Mu Clan Emperor, It's You. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and a cold glint flashed in them. He immediately recognized the goateed emperor. Back at the Destiny Mountain, the goateed emperor was the first to launch an attack to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He did not expect that the mastermind behind this was the great emperor of the Mu family. The Mu clan had actually sent someone to Mount Yuan. Then, Lu Ming looked behind him and saw Emperor Tianluo and the others. And the Daluo Heaven sect. The cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. The Daluo Heaven sect was within Lu Ming's expectations. He had guessed that it might be the Daluo Heaven sect, the Heng family, or the He family that was supporting them. Lu Ming, how dare you kill the Mu family's Mu Yang? I'll make sure you die with him today. The goateed emperor said coldly. Then, he exploded with a terrifying aura. This aura was terrifying and unimaginably powerful. He's even stronger than the great emperor of the He clan. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder the other party was so confident when he knew that he could control the physical body of heaven and earth. It turned out that his cultivation had surpassed that of the He clan's great emperor. Lu Ming took out the celestial thearch's physical body without hesitation. He turned into a beam of light and entered the body. The celestial thearch's corporeal body grew rapidly until it was like a giant. The celestial emperor's corporeal body is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure in your hands. Leave it to me. The goateed emperor's eyes glowed with a scorching light as he took a step forward and extended his hand toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and controlled the celestial thearch's physical body. He held the stone sword and slashed out. The goateed emperor's hand was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. You! The goateed emperor was shocked. Lu Ming's control of the celestial thearch body was more powerful than what the emperor of Tianluo had said. So strong. Lu Ming was also secretly amazed. He had stored up 36% of his energy. Although he had used up some of it, it was not much. With so much energy stored, the power of the explosion was too shocking. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl as he stepped into the void and charged toward the goateed emperor. With a slash, the stone sword turned into 100 miles long and 10 miles wide, suppressing the sky. The stone sword sliced through the air toward the goateed emperor. Boom! The goateed emperor also exploded with power. His body glowed with bright light, and the entire world was filled with an indescribable pressure. The aura of the great Tao filled the air between heaven and earth. The goateed emperor was controlling the Tao, and two golden sabers appeared in his hands. Clang! Clang! The saber and the stone sword collided. Buzz! The battle blade in the goateed emperor's hand buzzed as if it was under great pressure. Lu Ming was valiant and invincible. Once again, he charged at the other party. Kill! The goateed emperor controlled the great Tao and charged toward Lu Ming with two golden blades. The two of them fought in the sky. However, the goateed emperor was at a disadvantage as soon as they exchanged blows. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming, and his body trembled as he retreated with every move. How is that possible? Emperor Tianluo, the Wind Clan leader, and the others were in shock. The goateed great emperor was a two-star great emperor, much more powerful than the great emperors of the He clan, and was capable of killing them. But now, he was being suppressed by Lu Ming and was at a disadvantage. Back in the Heavenly Emperor city, when Lu Ming controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body, he could barely suppress the He family's great emperor. Why was he more terrifying now? It's not good. At this moment, the Feng clan's patriarch, Wan clan's patriarch, and the others all turned pale. They were relying on the goatee emperor and the emperor of Tianluo. However, the goatee emperor was at a disadvantage. If he lost, Lu Ming would not let them go. Their faces were filled with fear, and some of them were already considering whether they should escape first. Boom! Another explosion sounded in the sky, and the goateed emperor was forced back as blood seeped out of his mouth. Damn it! The goateed emperor roared in rage. He felt like he had been tricked. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming roared loudly. The more he fought, the braver he became. He completely disregarded his own defense and attacked his opponent madly. He had to end the battle as soon as possible because the energy in Celestial Emperor's body was being consumed too quickly. If he dragged on for too long, he would be the one who was finished when the energy was exhausted. Lu Ming completely abandoned his defense and attacked frantically. Clang! The stone sword swept away the opponent's saber. Lu Ming kicked out and landed a heavy kick on the goateed emperor's body. The goateed emperor's body almost exploded. The goateed emperor spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. Lu Ming chased closely and continued to kill. Heavenly King, come and help me. The man with the goatee shouted for Emperor Tianluo to help him. Emperor Tianluo's expression changed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out a great emperor weapon. He charged at Lu Ming. He had to get rid of Lu Ming today. Otherwise, he would be finished if the goatee emperor died. But at this moment, a bright sword light lit up the sky and slashed toward Emperor Tianluo. Old bastard Dan Kong. Emperor Tianluo was shocked and tried to resist. Boom! The sky exploded as Uncle Kong's figure appeared. His sword light was shocking as he continuously slashed toward the Tianluo emperor. Uncle Kong's cultivation base was already at the peak of 1-star Great Emperor, not far from 2-star Great Emperor. Furthermore, Uncle Kong had cultivated for countless years, so his battle power was clearly stronger than Emperor Tianluo's. The battle power of a great emperor wasn't just about cultivation, but also other aspects. Uncle Kong was obviously stronger in other aspects. Back in the Heavenly Emperor City, Uncle Kong had been severely injured in the battle with the evil god tribe, which was why he had come to a draw with the great Emperor Tianluo. Emperor Tianluo was also suppressed. He could only try his best to resist. Not good. The Feng clan's patriarch, the Wan clan's patriarch, and the others all turned pale. The two great emperors that they relied on were at a disadvantage. If the two great emperors were defeated, they would be finished. Retreat! Retreat from here! The Wind Race's patriarch roared in anger. He had no choice. In order to protect the Wind Race, they could only retreat. It's too late if you want to leave. A cold voice came from afar. Then, a large group of people appeared. They were the powerhouses of the 10 major forces, including Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect. It's you. You dare to attack my Wind Race? You're courting death. The Wind Clan's patriarch roared. You are the ones who will die. Today you will all be exterminated. Attack. Kill. The top 10 forces attacked the Foam Clan's mountain gate from all directions. This time, the top 10 forces had sent out almost all their powerhouses. The dense crowd charged towards the Wind Tribe. The martial Emperor Realm experts took the lead and unleashed all kinds of terrifying attacks towards the Wind Tribe. Chapter 2148 Killing a Great Emperor. The 10 major forces turned out in full strength. There were too many experts. They attacked together and all kinds of attacks fell on the Wind Clan's mountain gate. Instantly, a large number of people from the Wind Clan, the Wan family, and the Purple Extreme sect were killed. I'll exterminate you all. The Wind Race's leader's eyes were bloodshot. He first stared at the palace master of the Phoenix Palace. Then, his body soared into the sky, bringing with it an endless gale as he charged toward the palace master. The Foam Clan's clan leader was a 7-star true emperor, a peak true emperor. In Ancient Moon Sanctuary, he was almost invincible. None of the leaders of the other forces had such a cultivation. Let's attack together. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord shouted. The cry of a phoenix resounded from her body and resounded through the firmament. A huge phoenix pounced toward the Wind Race's leader. Ow! Then, the sound of an elephant trumpeting was heard. Long Chen's master had made his move. Long Chen's master was a grand elder of the Divine Elephant Sect. He was a 6-star true emperor and was on the same level as the palace master of Phoenix Palace. He also made his move. With a punch, a giant elephant that could support the heavens and the earth stepped on the void and rushed toward the Wind Clan leader. At the same time, thunder and lightning filled the air as if a heavenly tribulation had descended. A figure shrouded in lightning appeared. He used a great divine art and charged toward the Wind Clan leader. This was the Thunder God Sect master, who was also a 6-star true emperor. In addition, the leader of another force also made a move. The four great experts fought the Wind Clan's patriarch together. The two sides engaged in an intense battle, and it was difficult to determine the victor. The other places were in a state of intense fighting. The Wan family's head and the Purple Extreme sect head both had their respective powerhouses to fight with them. The Wind Race was caught in the flames of war. Furthermore, the Wind Race, the Wan family, and the Purple Extreme sect were completely at a disadvantage. People were constantly being killed. Although the Wind Race was strong, it was the number one in Gu Yu Holy Land. However, this time, the top 10 forces had joined forces and sent out all their experts. They had completely surpassed them. Experts from the Wind Race, the Wan family, and the Purple Extreme sect died in battle one after another, their blood spraying into the sky. In the sky, the battle between Lu Ming and the Goateed Emperor had entered its final stage. Lu Ming burst out with all his strength. More than 30% of his energy had completely surpassed that of a 2-star Great Emperor. Moreover, Lu Ming did not need to defend. He could only attack. His combat strength had undoubtedly become stronger. The Goateed Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood as half of his body exploded from Lu Ming's attack. His hair was disheveled. His body was bathed in blood, and his aura was becoming more and more dispirited. He tried his best to escape, but Lu Ming would not let him escape. Lu Ming did not care about defense. He attacked with all his might. His attacks were like a storm. In an instant, he had slashed hundreds of times, completely cutting off the other party's retreat. Oh! The Goateed Emperor howled madly. Could it be that he was going to die here today? He was indignant. He had come here to kill Lu Ming, not to throw his life away. He was a great emperor. As long as he survived the tribulation, his lifespan would be endless. He would dominate a region and be respected and revered by countless people. He didn't want to die. He resisted with all his might. But it was useless. Bang! The golden saber in his hand had been shattered after a series of battles, and its fragments flew everywhere. Lu Ming took the opportunity to pursue and cut off the goatee's other arm with one slash. The Goateed Emperor roared as he tried to recover from his injuries. At the Great Emperor realm, as long as one's soul wasn't destroyed, even a drop of blood could heal one's body. However, he couldn't do it this time. His body couldn't recover immediately. This was because Lu Ming's stone sword contained a terrifying destructive power that was constantly destroying his physical body. The Goateed Emperor's battle power was even weaker now that his monarch weapon was destroyed. Kill! Lu Ming's attack was still as violent as ever as he slashed his sword at the Goateed Emperor's forehead. The glabella was the place where souls were stored. If one was hit, he would die without a doubt. The Goateed Emperor dodged with all his might, and in the end, Lu Ming managed to avoid his vital point between his eyebrows. However, he was unable to completely avoid it and was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. The Goateed Emperor controlled the other half of his body to retreat with fear on his face. Kill! Lu Ming continued to attack. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. I'm the Emperor of the Mu family. If you kill me, the Mu family will never let you off. The Goateed man roared. You're a great emperor, but you're actually threatening me with the Mu family at this time. What a joke. You speak as if the Mu family will let me off if one let you off. Just die. Lu Ming sneered. His killing intent was extremely strong as he continued to attack the other party. Buzz! The battle sword was as huge as a mountain and it crushed the void. No! The Goateed Emperor roared hysterically. Bang! As the sword pressed down, half of his body exploded. A soul roared and wanted to rush out, but it was crushed by the sword and exploded. His soul was destroyed. A great emperor had fallen. At this moment, everyone who was fighting felt their hearts shake. It was hard for them to calm down. A great emperor was at the peak of Mount Yuan. They were supreme and ruled over an area. With a stomp of their feet, the entire Mount Yuan would shake. Such a person was now dead. He was killed by Lu Ming. Moreover, he was a 2-star great emperor. Kill! The morale of Phoenix Palace and the other top 10 forces was greatly boosted. As for the Wind Race, the Purple Extreme sect, and the Wan family, their morale was greatly reduced. This way, they were even more outmatched and were constantly killed. Emperor Tianluo was also shocked. He was originally no match for Uncle Kong, and now that he was struck by Uncle Kong's sword, He immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. "Let's go!" Without hesitation, Emperor Tianluo used all his power to rush out. He had successfully rushed out, turning into a rainbow light and running for his life. "You want to leave?" Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a cold glint as he threw the Celestial Thearch's sword in his hand. The Celestial Emperor's sword turned into a beam of light and flew toward Emperor Tianluo at an extremely fast speed. "Block it!" Emperor Tianluo roared and used all his strength to resist. He threw out Emperor weapons one after another, most of which were true Emperor weapons, hoping to block Lu Ming's sword. As the sword light passed through, the monarch weapons exploded one by one. In the end, the sword light hit the Emperor of Tianluo and almost cut him in half. However, he managed to dodge it and flew away. Whoosh! Uncle Kong turned into a beam of sword light and chased after Emperor Tianluo. Lu Ming did not give chase. He had used up too much energy to kill the Goatee Emperor. Now, the energy in Celestial Emperor's body had dropped to less than 10%. With this amount of energy, he might not be able to kill Emperor Tianluo even if he went after him. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the Goateed Emperor's storage ring. At the same time, he recalled the Celestial the Arch Sword and walked towards the Wind Clan leader. "Lu Ming. One surrender. The Wind Race will never be your enemy. I'm willing to compensate you with a large number of treasures." The clan leader of the Wind Clan was scared out of his wits when he saw Lu Ming walking over. He shouted in fear. Chapter 2149. Returning to Dragon God Valley previously, Lu Ming had killed the Goateed Emperor in one fell swoop, and this had left him extremely terrified. Now that Lu Ming was charging at him, he could not resist at all. Only death awaited him. The Wind Clan's patriarch had given in and was about to admit defeat. However, Lu Ming was unmoved. "Treasure? Do you have as many treasures as a great emperor?" Lu Ming said calmly. The Goateed Emperor's storage ring was already with him, so why would he need any treasures? "Don't kill me, Lu Ming. As long as you let me go, I'll lead the Wind Race and pledge our allegiance to you forever." The Wind Race's patriarch shouted out in fear. He didn't care about anything else in order to survive. "No need, just go in peace," Lu Ming said coldly and then slashed with his sword. The Wind Clan's leader tried his best to resist, but it was all in vain. Although there wasn't much energy left in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, it wasn't difficult to kill a 7-star true emperor. A sword light flashed, and the Wind Clan's patriarch was killed. Then, Lu Ming charged toward the Wan family's master and the sect master of the Purple Extreme sect. Without any suspense, the leaders of the two forces were killed one after another. Then, Lu Ming killed several other masters from the Mu family and the Daluo Heaven sect. They were all high-level illusionary emperors. After killing these people, Lu Ming did not continue to attack. He put away the Celestial Thearch's physical body. The Celestial Thearch's corporeal Bodis energy storage had dropped below 10%. If he wanted to control it again, he would need to replenish it. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The strongest experts of the Wind Race, the Wan family, and the Purple Extreme sect had all been killed. It was difficult for the others to resist. The outcome was already decided. This was a day of bloodshed. Not long after, the experts of the Feng clan, Wan family, and Purple Extreme sect were almost all killed. The only ones left were those with weak cultivation. The people of the top 10 forces all smiled. The Wind Race had finally been exterminated. Buzz! At this moment, a figure appeared. It was Uncle Kong. Tianluo managed to escape, but he suffered a fatal injury. "He won't be able to recover in 100 years. Said Uncle Kong. It was a pity that he couldn't kill Emperor Tianluo. "That's good. I'll personally take the life of that old Tianluo," Lu Ming said. "That's right, Uncle Kong. This time, an emperor from the Mu clan died. Will they madly seek revenge?" Lu Ming asked. He was going to leave soon. He was afraid that after he left, the Mu family would send masters to deal with Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and other forces. The Mu family sent a great emperor to Mount Yuan to kill you, but it's already too much. 111 Go to the Divine Land personally. I have an old relationship with one of the overlord forces in the Divine Land. 111 Ask them to take action and restrain the Mu family. The Mu family is strong, so they won't dare to act recklessly. Uncle Kong said. Lu Ming nodded. In that case he was at ease. Not long after, news of the battle at the wind race spread throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land, shocking everyone. In fact, not long after, it spread throughout the entire Yuan Mountain. In this battle, a few powerful forces were annihilated, and even great emperors had fallen. It was truly shocking. Most importantly, the great emperor was killed by Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming's reputation had reached its peak. Initially, because of the Battle of the Ten Lands, Lu Ming had climbed to the top. However, he was later determined by the Celestial the Arch that it would be difficult for him to become the Arch. This made everyone in the Yuan Mountain know about him. And now, it was because he had killed a great emperor. Countless people were dumbstruck and extremely shocked. Previously, there were people who looked down on Lu Ming. They thought that Lu Ming could not become a martial emperor because his potential was limited and he would not be able to achieve anything. However, no one dared to look down on Lu Ming now. So what if I can't become a saint emperor? He could still stir up a storm and annihilate a few powerful forces in a rage. Blood would flow like rivers and even great emperors could be killed. As long as Lu Ming had the Celestial Thearch's physical body, even if he could not become the Arch, he would be a terrifying existence that even Thearchs would be afraid of. The outside world was in an uproar. Countless people were heatedly discussing Lu Ming's name, and Lu Ming was already preparing to return to the Azure region. With the destruction of ancient Moon Holy Land, the Wind Clan, Wan family, Golden Crow race, Sirius Tower, and Purple Extreme sect, the resources and territories they left behind were divided up by Phoenix Palace and other sections. There was a relatively big reshuffling in ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming did not participate in any of these. He stayed in the Great Yen Elixir Palace for a few days. A few days later, Uncle Kong left for the Divine Land while Lu Ming brought Qiu Yu, Xuanning Xin, and Tian Chui to the Azure continent. The Gray State, Cloud State, and the Emperor State were located in the mountain range of the Sea of Clouds and were the closest to the sea. They were considered to be extremely remote regions. There were very few people from the sacred lands of Mount Yuan who would come to these three states. Therefore, there was no public teleportation to this place, and they had to fly. Lu Ming took out a puppet that looked like a goshawk. It was the one that Split Open had given him back then. Its speed could reach 100 times that of the space-breaking shuttle. The four of them sat on the goshawk puppet. The goshawk puppet spread its wings and flew in the direction of the Azure continent at an astonishing speed. The speed of the shuttle was so fast that they were like a bolt of lightning. Fortunately, there was a layer of light on the body of the goshawk puppet. Otherwise, they would have been torn apart by the astral wind. Below them, there were boundless mountains and rivers. One by one, the emperor-ranked forces passed by. Back then, when Lu Ming escaped from the Cloud Sea mountain range, he flew for several months and only passed by a few emperor-level forces. But now, they only used a few days to reach the edge of the Cloud Sea mountain range from ancient Moon Holy Land. After entering the Cloud Sea mountain range, the four of them used the Divine Breath technique and began to disguise themselves to hide their auras. Now, they did not know what the situation in the three states was like. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others had also fallen into the hands of the other party. Naturally, they could not easily reveal their identities. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was not afraid of the other party at all. However, the best plan was to conceal his identity and rescue the other party first. 2 days later, they had passed through the Cloud Sea mountain range and arrived at Yunzhou. Senior brother, senior sister, hide your identities and wait here at the Cloud Plain. Choyue and one will go back to the Azure Plain and see if we can save Master and the others. Lu Ming said to Tian Chui and Xuanning Xin. All right, be careful, junior brother. Tian Chui and Xuanning Xin nodded. They also understood that they were not powerful enough. They would not be of much help if they followed Lu Ming. They were prepared to gather information in Yunzhou. The four of them split up. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu headed towards the Azure continent while Tian Qi and Xuanning Xin stayed in the Clouds Plains to gather information. Although they didn't take the puppet, with Lu Ming and Qiu Yu's current speed, they crossed the entire Cloud Plain and most of the Azure Plains territory in an hour and arrived near Dragon God Valley. The two of them stood high in the sky, looking at Dragon God Valley. Today, Dragon God Valley was very different from the past. In the past, snow had covered Dragon God Valley year after year. That was because the Ice Dragon Patriarch lived in the depths of Dragon God Valley. The Ice Dragon Patriarch was cultivating, and the temperature was too low, causing snow to fill the sky. But now the ice and snow had melted, and the vegetation was flourishing. Dragon God Valley was full of vitality. Occasionally, there would be figures coming in and out. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and there was a cold glint in them. Chapter 2150. Kneel down and commit suicide. The people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were very easy to recognize. Each and every one of them was dressed like emperors. It seemed that although many things had happened in Mount Yuan, the Azure Continent, Cloud Continent, and Emperor Continent were not affected at all, because it was simply too remote. At this moment, two figures were running in Dragon God Valley, heading towards the former Cloud Dragon Valley. These two people were Lu Ming's two senior brothers. Second senior brother Long Yuan Mountain and third senior brother Yang Tianzong. The two of them arrived at Cloud Dragon Valley and entered a cave residence before closing the stone door. Senior brother, our luck is pretty good this time. We've obtained 2 mystical stones. After refining them, our cultivation will definitely improve. Well, each get 1. Yang Tianzong took out 2 silver stones. On the surface of the stones, there were strange patterns that looked very mysterious. Junior brother, you should use these 2 mystical stones. Your talent is higher than mine, so it'll be a waste if one use them to improve my cultivation. Long Yuan Mountain said. Senior brother, how can we do that? The two of us obtained the mystical stones together, so it's only right that we each get 1. Senior brother, you can take it. Yang Tianzong passed a mystical stone to Long Yuan Mountain. At this moment, boom! The stone door of the cave dwelling let out a violent roar. Someone was bombarding the stone door. Yang Tianzong and Long Yuanshan's expressions changed. Yang Tianzong kept the runic stone. Boom! Boom! The stone door shook and then exploded with a bang. A few figures walked in from outside. There were 3 people in total, 2 middle-aged and 1 old man. The 3 of them looked at Long Yuan Mountain coldly. Yang Tianzong glanced at them and said, You too, hand over the runic stones. What mystical stone? Elder, are you all mistaken? Long Yuan Shan's expression changed slightly before he smiled apologetically. You still want to quibble? It's not just the 2 of you who went to the bottom of the sea. Someone saw you obtain the mystical stones. Quickly hand them over. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The old man sneered. Detestable. Long Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong roared in their hearts. Ever since they were controlled by evil spirit, all their resources had been taken away. Even if they obtained any resources later, as long as evil spirit found out, they would take them. This caused their cultivation to become extremely slow. All these years, their cultivation had not improved much. The main reason was that all their resources had been taken away. They only relied on absorbing the heaven-earth yuan qi to cultivate slowly, which was very slow. And some time ago, they had been sent to the sea to carry out a mission. By chance, they had obtained 2 mystical stones. The mystical rock was a rare natural treasure. After refining it, it could greatly increase one's cultivation level. It was also of great help to one's comprehension of nomological laws. As soon as they returned, they planned to refine it immediately. They were afraid that evil spirit would find out and take the mystical stone away. They didn't expect that the other party would hear the news and rush over so quickly just as they returned. Still not handing it over, do you want to die? Seeing the 2 hesitating, the old man's face darkened. Elder, we're working for evil spirit, but we're not their slaves. We have the right to obtain our own treasures to cultivate. What you're doing is too much. Long Yuan Mountain said. Ha ha ha, too much? Let me tell you, you're evil spirit slaves. You're going to work for evil spirit with all your heart. Don't even think about getting your own cultivation resources. Do you understand? The old man laughed out loud, and the other 2 middle-aged men also laughed wildly. Damn it! Yang Tianzong roared and his eyes were filled with ferocity. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? As long as I report this, you'll wish you were dead. Don't forget, there's a restriction in your soul. The old man was fearless. Junior brother, don't act rashly. Long Yuan Mountain held Yang Tianzong down, preventing him from acting rashly. Their souls had been sealed by evil spirits' powerhouses. Their lives were completely under the other party's control. If they acted rashly, they would only die. Yang Tianzong was helpless and could only bear with it. A slave will always be a slave, and they should have the responsibility of being a slave. Now, hand over the mystical stones, kneel down, and admit your mistakes. I can let bygones be bygones. Hurry up. The old man said. What? You want us to kneel? Yang Tianzong was furious and his eyes were red. Even Longyuan Mountain was the same. This was bullying. Kneeling down is already giving you a way out. Hurry up, one don't have that much time to spend with you. The old man shouted. Since you're in such a hurry, 111 send you on your way. At this moment, a voice rang out from outside the cave. Hearing this voice, Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong trembled and their eyes revealed a look of disbelief. They were all too familiar with this voice. The old man's eyes turned cold and filled with cold killing intent. He turned around and shouted, "Which blind person is courting death?" Then, everyone saw a young man and woman walk into the cave. The man looked to be in his 20s. He was tall and straight. His eyes were like stars, and he had an indescribable bearing. The woman looked like she was in her 20s. She wore a snow-white dress and looked like a fairy from a painting. "Little junior brother, it's really you!" Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong exclaimed at the same time. The ones who entered were naturally Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. Just now, the two of them had checked outside before entering Dragon God Valley and heading towards Cloud Dragon Valley. With Lu Ming's sharp hearing, he heard the commotion the moment he entered Cloud Dragon Valley. He was instantly enraged. "Junior brother? You're from Dragon God Valley? I've never seen him before," the old man said in a deep voice. Lu Ming ignored him and walked towards Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong. He cupped his fists and said, "Two senior brothers, long time no see. Little junior brother, why are you back?" When Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong saw Lu Ming, they were both happy and worried. They did not know if Lu Ming had any backing. If he showed up like this and did not have any backing, it would be troublesome. They had learned from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master that Lu Ming had escaped and would seek help. They wondered if he had invited any experts. "Kid, it seems like you're the fish that escaped the net back then." "Haha, you actually still dare to show yourself. You're really looking for death." On second thought, the old man knew that Lu Ming was not caught back then. But since he had already escaped, it was really stupid to show his face like this. Lu Ming turned around and looked at the old man and the two burly men. "Kneel down and commit suicide." "What? What did you just say?" The old man and the two burly men thought they had heard wrong. This kid actually asked them to kneel down and commit suicide? Was he crazy? This was evil spirits' territory, and their own cultivation was extremely high. This kid didn't look very old, but he actually asked them to kneel and commit suicide. His arrogant look made them want to laugh. They felt that this was the biggest joke in the world. But in the next moment, they could no longer laugh. This was because Lu Ming's body suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura. The terrifying pressure was like hundreds of mountains, pressing down on them. Plop, plop, plop. The three of them knelt down. Chapter 2151. The whereabouts of Master. That old man had the cultivation base of a great sage. The two burly men were at the bright sage realm. In Lu Ming's eyes, they were no different from ants. He had only released a trace of his aura, and the three of them were forced to their knees. Who are you?" The old man used all his strength and struggled madly, but it was useless. The space seemed to have frozen, and the terrifying pressure seemed to be about to crush his body. He was terrified. He finally understood that this young man's cultivation was simply unbelievable. Just based on her aura, she was able to force him to kneel on the ground, unable to move. What cultivation level did she have? In his impression, even an ordinary lower-tier absolute saint couldn't do it unless he was stronger. Could this young man be above the initial absolute saint realm? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. "Lu Ming, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley." Lu Ming answered calmly. Let us go. The entire Dragon God Valley is under our control. If you don't let us go, you are seeking death." Not only you, but the entire Dragon God Valley must die. The old man roared. He deliberately raised his voice to alert the others. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had already set up a wave of energy at the entrance of the cave abode. The movements here could not be transmitted out at all. Qianqian, this time, your evil spirit cult will be completely annihilated. Lu Ming sneered. His killing intent was like a knife. Help! The old man and the two burly men shouted in fear. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with the light of death. The three of them were instantly enveloped by the light of death. Then, they turned into ashes and dissipated. Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong sighed. After not seeing each other for so many years, it seemed like their little junior brother had become even stronger and had reached a height that they could not reach. The elder had the cultivation of the great sage upper tier, but he could not resist at all in Lu Ming's hands. He was killed directly, and Lu Ming had not made a move since the beginning. This kind of method made them feel somewhat inconceivable. Little junior brother, you should leave quickly. If you kill them, evil spirit will find out very soon. By then, they'll send experts over and we'll be in big trouble. At this moment, Long Yuan Shan thought of something and said with a serious expression. Second senior brother, third senior brother, I've come back to save you. Lu Ming said. Save us. Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were stunned for a moment before they revealed a look of joy and said, Little junior brother, could it be that you've already called for reinforcements from ancient Moon Holy Land? They thought that since Lu Ming was so confident, he must have invited reinforcements. Reinforcements? It can be considered so. Lu Ming touched his nose and asked, All right, where is Master? And where are the rest of the people from Dragon God Valley? Little junior brother, Master is at the original Tianyu demonic sect. In fact, more than half of the people in Dragon God Valley are there. Most of the people from the other sects in the Azure region are also there, doing hard labor to refine a kind of demonic pill for evil spirit. Longyuan Mountain said. The demonic pill in the sanctuary can help evil spirit's disciples improve their cultivation. Damn evil spirit, they're treating us like slaves. Yang Tianzong said unhappily. They're all in the Tianyu demon sect. A murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he continued. Second senior brother, third senior brother, let me first break the seal in your souls. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would not be too difficult for him to remove the restrictions in their souls. Break the restrictive spell? No, as soon as you break our restriction, evil spirits people who set it up will immediately find out, and the others will be in danger. Longyuan Shan quickly said. Lu Ming frowned. This was indeed very troublesome. Everyone's soul had been set up with a restriction. Their life and death could be decided by the other party with a single thought. This problem had to be resolved. Otherwise, no matter how strong Lu Ming's cultivation was, he would not be able to move freely. Senior brothers, he asked, do you know how many people evil spirit has set up the restriction and where they are? From what I know, there's only one person in evil spirit who set up the restriction, and this person is also in the Tianyu demon sect. Longyuan Mountain said. Only one person. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If there was only one person, then it would be easy. Senior brother, let's go to the Tianyu demon sect and kill the person who set up the restriction. Lu Ming said. Wait a minute. Junior brother. Don't act rashly. The person who set up the restriction is in the Emperor-to-be realm. Moreover, there's a Dharma king from evil spirit in the Tianyu demon sect. Longyuan Shan quickly said. The Shakyamuni of evil spirit were all at the martial emperor realm. If they went over like this, wouldn't they be courting death? It's fine. He's just a Dharma king. There's nothing to worry about. Lu Ming smiled. Junior brother, did you really get reinforcements from ancient Moon Holy Land? Can they suppress a martial emperor? Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were overjoyed. It's enough to kill a martial supreme. Don't worry, senior brothers. You just have to bring me to the person who set up the restriction. That'll do. Lu Ming said. All right, in that case, let's go. Longyuan Mountain made up his mind. Two senior brothers, please wait for me. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left the cave abode. In less than a minute, Lu Ming had returned. He had just walked around Dragon God Valley and killed all the evil spirit cultivators above the Saint Realm who were stationed there. In this way, the person who set up the restriction would be killed, and the Dragon God Valley people's restrictions would be released. They could then take advantage of the situation to defeat the evil spirit people. Let's go! Lu Ming waved his hand and a wave of energy swept Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong up. They left the cave abode and soared into the sky, flying towards the Tianyu demon sect at an extreme speed. This speed, Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were extremely shocked. Lu Ming's speed was too shocking. It was beyond their imagination. He was much faster than many absolute saints they had seen. Not long after, the vast stretch of Demon Mountain could be seen from afar. In the Tianyu demonic sect, on the large demonic mountain, one could occasionally see human figures flashing. Junior brother, where are the reinforcements you've invited? Longyuan Mountain asked. Yang Tianzong was also very curious. They had already arrived at the Tianyu demon sect, but they did not see anyone else. From the beginning to the end, there were only a few of them. Qiuyu, make your move, Lu Ming said to Qiuyu. N. Qiuyu nodded. All? Her. Junior brother, you can't do this. The evil spirit cult's discipline king is in charge here. The evil spirit cult's discipline king is in existence at the martial emperor realm. You'll only harm her if you ask this little girl to attack. Longyuan Mountain quickly stopped him. Before this, Qiuyu had been following Lu Ming obediently. Moreover, she was so young. They did not even think about how strong Qiuyu's cultivation was. Now, Lu Ming actually asked Qiuyu to make a move. Was he not sending Qiuyu to her death? Don't worry, you two. Qiuyu smiled and stepped out, appearing above the demon mountains. Boom! Then, a terrifying aura burst out from Qiuyu's body. This was emperor pressure, vast and boundless, like the vast ocean, unfathomable. Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were stunned. Chapter 2151 Breaking the Restriction. Qiuyu's aura of the martial emperor realm burst out. The terrifying pressure was like a storm that pressed down on the many demon mountains of the Tianyu demon sect. Feeling the terrifying aura from Qiuyu, Longyuan Shan and Yang Tianzong were completely stunned. Then, their bodies started to tremble. A martial supreme. Qiuyu was actually a martial supreme. The beautiful lady who had been following Lu Ming was actually a martial supreme. Heavens! Such a young martial supreme. What did a martial sovereign represent? In the Azure continent, he was the ruler, a supreme existence. The people of the Azure continent basically didn't know the specific division of martial sovereigns. In their eyes, as long as one reached the rank of a martial sovereign, they would be invincible. In fact, many people even referred to ordinary void emperors as great emperors. At this moment, the Tianyu demonic sect was in complete chaos. Martial Emperor. It's the Martial Emperor. A martial sovereign has appeared. Someone shouted. Within the many demon mountains of the Tianyu demon sect, figures flickered. Some people were terrified. This was because this was an unfamiliar martial emperor, not one from evil spirit. Buzz! A beam of light shot out from one of the demon mountains. A figure appeared in the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. Emperor Might. He was also a martial supreme. Shakyamuni annihilating soul. It's him. This guy is still alive. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The person who had appeared was actually Shakyamuni annihilating soul. When Lu Ming first came to the Yuan continent, he had once entered the Emperor Gang's secret realm. There, he had seen Shakyamuni soul-destroying and Emperor Tsong. The two of them had fought for 60,000 years inside. Later on, Emperor Gang's corpse appeared, but Shakyamuni annihilating soul disappeared. Then, there was news that Lu Ming had obtained Emperor Gang's storage ring and legacy. This incident had almost pushed Lu Ming into a corner. At that time, Lu Ming had suspected that Shakyamuni annihilating soul was not dead and that he was the one who had leaked the news. Now, it seemed that he was right. Furthermore, the injuries caused by the soul-destroying law had already healed. He's only a one-star void emperor. Lu Ming sensed and found that Shakyamuni annihilating soul was only a one-star illusionary emperor. He was relieved. An ordinary one-star void emperor was no match for Qiuyu. Who are you? Shakyamuni annihilating soul said in a serious tone. He was shocked that Qiuyu had broken through to the martial emperor realm at such a young age. The person who will kill you. Qiuyu said coldly. She waved her hand and hit Dharma King annihilating soul. Shakyamuni annihilating soul had no choice but to fight with Qiuyu. The two of them fought in the sky, causing the void to tremble. Junior brother, Lady Qiuyue is the reinforcement you invited? Longyuan Mountain asked. Lu Ming smiled but did not answer. He said, Senior brother, take me into the Tianyu demon sect and find the person who set up the restriction. All right. Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong nodded. They knew that this was a critical moment and they could only choose to believe in Lu Ming. The three of them rushed into the Tianyu demon sect. Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were also being controlled, so the evil spirit cultivators would not stop them. Lu Ming concealed his aura and followed the two of them. The others also thought that Lu Ming was one of them, so they naturally did not stop him. They shuttled through the demon mountains, searching for the person who set up the restriction. Moreover, everyone's attention was on the emperor-level battle in the sky. Not many people paid attention to Lu Ming and the rest. I see it. Suddenly, Yang Tianzong revealed a happy expression. A group of people stood on a demon mountain in front of them. One of them was a skinny old woman. Lu Ming recognized her at a glance because he had seen with his own eyes that the old woman had set up a restriction for others. The three of them flew toward the mountain peak. What are you guys doing? Someone looked at the three of them. Sir, we have something to report. It's about the martial sovereign. Longyuan Mountain bowed. Oh, come over and tell me. The skinny old woman looked at the three from Longyuan Mountain. The three of them flew toward the demon mountain and slowly approached the skinny old woman. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He had to kill this old woman instantly. Otherwise, Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong would be in danger. The other party could control the restriction with a single thought and destroy Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong's souls. Do you know who the martial sovereign is? If you have any news, tell me everything. The skinny old woman said. Beside him, there were a few elders with profound cultivation. They were all in the Emperor-to-be realm. Sir, one accidentally received a piece of news. It's like this. Lu Ming took a few steps forward, pretending to want to reply. He moved closer to the old woman. What is it? Say it. No, wait a minute, you. At that moment, the old woman realized that something was wrong. She did not sense any restriction fluctuations on Lu Ming. In other words, Lu Ming was not controlled by her restriction. Except for the Di family, the Tianyu demon sect, and the disciples of evil spirit, all the other forces who had surrendered were controlled by her. Could it be that this kid was from the evil spirit sect, or the Di family? In the blink of an eye, many thoughts flashed through the old woman's mind. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming exploded and charged at the old woman. To Lu Ming, the distance of tens of meters was covered in an instant. It even exceeded the human reaction time. Before the old woman could react, Lu Ming had already rushed in front of her and struck her head with his palm. The old woman's head exploded like a watermelon. He was killed in one move. At this time, the others finally reacted. You're looking for death. Brat, kill. Beside the old woman, the other emperor-to-be flew into a rage and charged at Lu Ming. Old woman, to be able to set up a restriction in another person's soul requires talent. Not all evil spirit people can do it, and it's extremely rare. Right now, the only person in evil spirit who could do this was the old woman. The old woman had a disciple. Although he also had this kind of talent, his cultivation was too weak, and he was not of much use. Therefore, the old woman's death was a huge loss to evil spirit. You're the ones who will die. Lu Ming said coldly and struck out a palm. The terrifying palm force gushed out like an avalanche. Several Emperor-to-Best bodies exploded and they died on the spot. At that moment, Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong reacted and were dumbfounded. That was an Emperor-to-be. A few Emperor-to-be were killed by Lu Ming with one palm without any resistance. What was Lu Ming's current realm? Senior brother, have you broken the restriction? Lu Ming asked. It's broken. As soon as the old woman died, the restriction will automatically break. The two of them reacted and revealed looks of joy. The restriction has been broken. Our restriction has been broken. At this moment, the entire Tianyu demonic sect was in an uproar. At least half of the Azure Continent surrendered sects were gathered here to help evil spirit refine pills. At this moment, Everyone felt that their restrictions had been broken. Everyone, follow me and kill our way out. Kill. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Then, a sword light shot up into the sky and killed a few evil spirit disciples. Master! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His battle strength was not strong, and he was no match for Qiu Yu. Die! Die! Qiu Yu shouted and waved her hands. Two scimitars appeared and turned into a yin-yang wheel. She charged at Dharma King Annihilating Soul. Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul roared and tried his best to resist, but he couldn't. The yin-yang wheel directly penetrated his body. Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul dragged his broken body and fled frantically, but the yin-yang wheel caught up and crushed down. Bang! Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul's body exploded, and his soul let out a shrill scream that resounded throughout the entire Tianyu demonic sect. Then, his soul was also destroyed and turned into ashes. Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul is dead. The martial sovereign has been killed. Everyone present was shocked. A martial sovereign had been killed just like that. Everyone was shocked. After that, the morale of all the major sects in the Azure continent increased greatly, while the morale of the evil spirit sect and the DI family's people was greatly reduced, and they began to flee. Junior brother, we're going to kill the enemy too. Longyuan Mountain's Yang Tianzong also charged towards the crowd. Lu Ming stepped on the air and long spears were condensed around his body. From time to time, a long spear would fly out. Every time the long spear flew out, it would kill an expert of the enemy. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Not long after, the people of Evil Spirit Cult and D family were almost all killed, and no one could escape. At this moment, Qiu Yu stepped through the air and walked toward Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes were on Qiu Yu. This was a martial sovereign. Such a young and beautiful martial sovereign made people gasp in admiration. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master, the Fierce Tiger, and a few others were all in the Saint Realm. They flew towards Qiu Yu. Thank you for your help, Lord Martial Emperor. Thank you, Lord Martial Emperor. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others all bowed to Qiu Yu respectfully. In their eyes, martial sovereigns were supreme beings. They guessed that Qiu Yu must be from ancient Moon Holy Land. They were all shocked. Guyu Holy Land was indeed a holy land, to actually have such a young martial emperor. It was truly shocking. Qiu Yu's face blushed and she said in a low voice, "You don't have to thank me. It was young master who asked me to do it. Moreover, you are young master's family and friends. It's only right for me to help." What? Young master? Everyone was stunned. Qiu Yu was such a peerless beauty, but she was actually someone else's servant? Such a young martial sovereign was her servant? What kind of person was RHE young master that Qiu Yu was talking about? Many of them started to look around, trying to find the young master that Qiu Yu had mentioned. At this moment, Qiu Yu quietly came to Lu Ming's side. Young master. Qiu Yu called out softly. What? Ness. What did I just hear? The scene quieted down at once. Everyone was petrified. Their eyes were wide open and they stared at Lu Ming in a daze. Their eyeballs were about to burst. The young master that Qiu Yu was referring to was Lu Ming? Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were also petrified. Previously, they had thought that Qiu Yu was an expert that Lu Ming had invited from the ancient Moon Holy Land. Never in their dreams would they have thought that Qiu Yu was actually Lu Ming's maidservant. With such a young martial sovereign as a servant, everyone felt that their brains were frozen. They were dumbfounded. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. It's really Lu Ming. Many people spoke up and finally recognized Lu Ming. Back then, Lu Ming's name shook the entire Azure region. He was the #1 genius of the Azure region. Everyone knew about him. Now, many people had come to their senses and were even more shocked. Master, second senior brother, third senior brother, although Qiu Yu is my maidservant, I've always treated her as family. Lu Ming held Qiu Yu's hand and smiled. Everyone revealed an expression of, I see. Chapter 2154. A plan to wipe them out. Qiu Yu's face was slightly red as she stood obediently beside Lu Ming. Everyone was extremely envious. A martial supreme yet so obedient. This was simply what all men dreamed of. However, many people immediately thought of Lu Ming's combat strength. Many people had seen Lu Ming's attack just now. The absolute saint couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming and was killed instantly. Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Could it be that Lu Ming had also broken through to the saint realm or even the emperor-to-be realm? Many people sighed. When Lu Ming was in the Azure continent, he had already displayed his terrifying talent and suppressed the younger generation. After he became a saint, he could even cross a realm and kill enemies. Now that Lu Ming had become an absolute saint, it would be easy for him to kill an absolute saint. Many people looked at Lu Ming with respect. Lu Ming's current strength was undoubtedly at the peak of the Azure continent. Master, where is Evil Spirit's headquarters? Lu Ming looked at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and asked. He didn't see the sect master and the others in the Sky Demon sect. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master still had a smile on his face. When he heard this, he said, Evil Spirit's headquarters is in the DI family. Many of its people are there. The DI family? Lu Ming muttered, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Master, are the people from the Azure continent all here? Lu Ming asked again. No, most of them are gathered here, and some of them are scattered in the original sections. However, there are not many masters of evil spirit in those sections. Now that the soul restriction has been broken, one believes many people will take the opportunity to escape. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded. Just like Dragon God Valley, there were also some people, but there were not many. Master, everyone, can you spread the news of this place and let everyone gather here? Lu Ming said. All right, I'll spread the news and gather everyone here. Evil Spirit has suffered heavy losses in this battle, so they'll definitely take action. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master nodded. Immediately, everyone spread the news. Lu Ming smiled. He had sent the message to gather everyone, not to gather strength for defense but to attack. He was going to attack the DI family. Once the news of this place got out, the DI family and the evil spirit cult would definitely be shocked. In that case, they would gather all their experts and wipe them out at once. This was Lu Ming's plan, to wipe them all out. If they split up, Lu Ming would have to go to one place after another. It was too troublesome. The others naturally didn't know what he was thinking. They thought that he was gathering power to defend. The news spread quickly, and the Azure continent, Cloud continent, and Emperor continent were all shocked. The Azure continent's prodigy, Lu Ming, had returned with a martial sovereign. As soon as he returned, he had killed a disciplined king of evil spirit. The fall of a martial sovereign shocked everyone in the 3 states. Within the Azure region, most of the people who had surrendered to evil spirit and were under their control were now free from their control and were rushing towards the Tianyu demon sect. Over the next 10 days, more and more people gathered in the Sky Demon sect. Back then, there were 13 overlord sects and countless small sects in the Azure region. There were many experts, and for a time, the Sky Demon sect was filled with people. Of course, sects like the Tianyu demon sect, Yudu sect, and Blood Demon Tower that had long surrendered to Evil Spirit sect were already considered members of Evil Spirit sect. However, he didn't see a single person from the Heavenly Divine sect. In the past 10 days, the 3 states had been in turmoil. Everyone felt a heavy atmosphere. Everyone knew that a great battle was about to break out. Evil Spirit had suffered such a huge loss that they would not let it go just like that. They would definitely make a move. The past 10 days seemed calm on the surface, but it was actually the calm before the storm. It was very depressing. The DI family was located in one of the best areas in the DI state, where the original energy was rich and the land was full of talents. Numerous palaces were situated in this area. The palaces were like the heavenly palaces in the legends. During this period of time, the palace was not peaceful. Many people were discussing the same thing, and that was the powerful return of Lu Ming and the martial emperor. In a palace, a few people were discussing matters. It was the sect master of the God of Heaven sect and a few elders. In the past few years, the Tian Shen sect had almost completely relied on Evil Spirit sect. They were devoted to Evil Spirit sect, so they had obtained a lot of resources. Their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in these years. Sect Master, now that Lu Ming has brought the martial supremes from the outside world back, it seems like he's going to annihilate Evil Spirit cult. Now that the soul restriction has been broken, Should we take the opportunity to leave evil spirit cult and leave this place? An elder asked. Silly. The sect master of the Tianshan sect berated him. I heard that Lu Ming only brought a martial supreme back. What can a martial supreme do? And let me tell you, the waters of evil spirit run deep. Do you think that evil spirit only has a few guardian kings on the surface? Could it be that evil spirit has other martial emperor powerhouses in the dark? And the expressions of the few elders of the heavenly god sect changed. That's right. Therefore, Lu Ming is only seeking his own death. Now, not only can we not leave evil spirit, but we also have to show our loyalty to evil spirit. In this way, we will be more valued by evil spirit. The sect master of the heavenly god sect said with a confident look. Sect master is wise. The elders started to flatter him. In another hall, the sect masters of the Sky Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect were also discussing some matters. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to really bring an expert back. But so what? You're just going to die. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect sneered. The atmosphere in the three states became more and more solemn. At this time, Xuening Xin and Tian Chue had also arrived at the Tian Yu Demon sect. Seeing the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, everyone was naturally happy. Xuening Xin and Tian Chue had also brought the news that the powerful warriors of Evil Spirit Religion and D family in the Cloud region had gathered in the main camp of D family. All right. Lu Ming smiled and gathered everyone to start the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, today, all the people of Evil Spirit Cult and D family have gathered in D family. Therefore, one have decided to attack D family and destroy them in one fell swoop. Lu Ming said loudly. What? Attack the DI family? He's looking for death. Everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, is what you said true? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was also in disbelief. Lu Ming actually wanted to attack the DI family. Right now, the DI family had gathered all the experts from Evil Spirit, unlike the Tian Yu demonic sect. There was definitely more than one martial emperor. If they attacked, wouldn't they be courting death? That's right. I'm waiting for them to gather before one attack. 111 wiped them all out at once. Lu Ming said. Many people were speechless. Wipe them all out. With just these people. Chapter 2155. Killing their way to the monarch race. Many people looked at each other. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming had gathered the people of the major sects to defend against the attack of Evil Spirit. It turned out that he was waiting for the experts of Evil Spirit and the DI family to gather and then wipe them out. This idea was too crazy. Ming, did you invite any other experts, such as other martial supremes? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. There's no one else, just us. Lu Ming said. The scene was silent, and many people were stunned. Hero Lu Ming, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but Evil Spirit has at least 2 guardian kings. Moreover, Di Shirtian, the patriarch of the Di family, is a terrifying martial sovereign. If we go, it'll be like hitting a rock with an egg. That's right. Our current plan is to gather together, break out of the 3 prefectures, and head to other prefectures. A few elders spoke. They were the grand elders of a few sects and had absolute saint realm cultivation. I'm doing this because I'm confident. Why would I joke around with my life? Besides, my master and senior brothers are all together. Lu Ming said. Everyone's heart moved. That was indeed the case. Lu Ming was such a proud son of heaven. How could he be so reckless and throw his life away knowing that he was no match? Did Lu Ming still have any trump cards? All right, Ming, one will go to the DI family with you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was the first to express his stance. I'll join you too. Longyuan Mountain, Yang Tianzong also spoke. I'll join you too. Following that, the ferocious tiger of the Demon Castle also spoke. Then, many more people agreed to go with Lu Ming to the DI family. However, there was a group of people who didn't speak. What about you guys? What are you going to do if you don't go and fight? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to those who were silent. We're planning to enter the Cloud Sea mountain range and head to the other continents. An old man with an aquiline nose said. This hook-nosed elder was a grand elder of the Zhouxiao sword sect, And he was also an absolute saint. Oh, that's good. If you don't go, and I destroy the Di family and evil spirit cult, you won't have a share in the 3 prefectures. Lu Ming said coldly. The old man with the aquiline nose and the others' faces changed slightly. Lu Ming's meaning was clear. If evil spirit cult and Di family were exterminated, those who did not participate in the battle would not have the right to stay in the 3 prefectures. Those who didn't want to go all had gloomy expressions. All right, the idea is set. Let's go. Lu Ming rose into the air and waved his hand. 3 puppets appeared in the sky. One of them was the goshawk puppet that Lu Ming often used. The other 2 were also flying puppets that Lu Ming had bought when he was at the Shenxiao sect. Their speed was not any slower than the goshawk puppet. The 3 puppets rapidly grew in size. Their wingspan was over 1,000 meters long, and they filled the sky like 3 small mountains. Master, all of you can come up. Lu Ming shouted. Those who were willing to follow Lu Ming to the Di family all flew up to the puppet. A layer of light emanated from the puppets and enveloped everyone. Then, with a thought from Lu Ming, the 3 puppets broke through the air and disappeared, leaving no trace behind in the blink of an eye. So fast. The rest of the people were tongue-tied. Brother Wang, what are your plans next? Someone asked the old man from Zhouxiao sword sect. Humph. That Lu Ming is overestimating himself. The strength of evil spirit cult and Di family is definitely beyond our imagination. If they go, they'll only die. The old man with the aquiline nose sneered. But one think Lu Ming is full of confidence. Perhaps he has some trump cards. This person is a peerless genius. He might have some trump cards. Another person said. The old man with the aquiline nose's eyes flickered as he thought of all the possibilities. How about this? Well, go to the Di family and observe in the dark. If Lu Ming is defeated and killed, well, escape to the Cloud Sea Mountain from the Emperor province and go somewhere else. If Lu Ming defeats the Di family and Rhe evil spirit cult, well, take the opportunity to take action and get some benefits. The old man with the aquiline nose said. Brother Wang is wise. Senior Wang is wise. The others started to flatter him. Immediately, they also started moving towards the Di family. Lu Ming controlled the 3 puppets at an astonishing speed. It did not take long for them to enter the imperial state. What a fast speed! The others were shocked. It hadn't been long, but they had already passed through the Azure continent and entered the Emperor continent. This speed was simply astonishing. Ordinary space-breaking flying shuttles couldn't even compare to it. Many people looked at Lu Ming. This was the #1 heaven's pride of the Azure continent back then. He must have been extraordinary in these years. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master stroked his beard and smiled. He was extremely satisfied with this disciple. After a short while, a mountain peak appeared in front of them. On the mountain peak, there were many palaces. The Di family had arrived. The Di family. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Clang, clang. The Di family had naturally noticed Lu Ming's arrival. Deafening bell rings were heard. Then, figures flickered in all the palaces. It's Lu Ming. A voice rang out. The people of Rhe family and evil spirit were a little shocked. They had never expected that Lu Ming would dare to take the initiative to attack. Initially, they were going to send out an army 2 days later to annihilate Lu Ming. He did not expect that Lu Ming would take the initiative to attack. On the mountain in front of the Di family, a large number of figures appeared. They were all experts from the Emperor family and evil spirit. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the puppet. He stood in the air. Among the crowd, he saw the sect master of the Sky Demon sect, the Tiantian sect, and others. Young master, I'll make the first move. Qiu Yu said to Lu Ming. Okay, be careful. Lu Ming said. Qiu Yu nodded and stepped into the air, heading towards the Di family. Her cultivation of the martial emperor realm burst out. The vast emperor pressure pressed towards the Di family like a raging wave. Many people's expressions changed drastically as they felt a terrifying pressure. Boom! Boom! At this moment, 2 terrifying auras burst out from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. 2 beams of light shot up into the sky and destroyed Qiu Yu's aura. The next moment, 2 figures appeared in the sky. They were 2 old men. They were skinny like 2 mummies and were wrapped in black robes. SPI Writ. Devouringshakym uni. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming had seen one of them before. It was Shakyamuni's spirit devourer, who had been suppressed in one of the 6 forbidden lands of the Gang region, the Gale Plain. When Shakyamuni's spirit devourer escaped, Lu Ming had obtained the Tai Chi formation disc there. As for the other person, Lu Ming had never seen him before. He must be another guardian king of evil spirit. He, you're such a young martial supreme. Your chi and blood must be very strong. If one devour you, you might be able to help me break through my cultivation. Shakyamuni let out a strange laugh and pounced toward Qiuyu. Qiuyu struck out with her palm, and the laws of yin and yang moved with the force of her palm, blasting toward Shakyamuni Shirling. The palm force was like a tide, blocking Shakyamuni's spirit devouring's body. His body trembled violently, and he was forced to retreat. Chapter 2156, Crippled, King Body, King Path Law. Shakyamuni Devourer roared. His cultivation was at the 1-star Void Emperor realm, so he naturally could not block Qiuyu's attack and was sent flying. Amazing! 11 When the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others saw Qiuyu send the soul-devouring law flying with a single palm, they were immediately invigorated. So it's a king body. It seems like you're a heaven's favorite from ancient Moon Holy Land. Just in time to kill you, hee. The other Shakyamuni sneered and a black light burst out from his body. In the light, it seemed like ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Baz! He rushed towards Qiuyu, and the black light enveloped Qiuyu. Within the black light, there seemed to be countless evil ghosts. 2-star Void Emperor. One Qiuyu's gaze was slightly serious. Then, she waved her hand and 2 curved daggers flew out, turning into yin-yang wheels. The yin-yang wheel spun rapidly and exploded with destructive power. Boom! Their attacks collided. The evil spirits in the black light were destroyed, but Qiuyu's attack was also blocked. The guardian king of 10,000 ghosts was also blocked. The evil spirit people's faces changed. The discipline king of 10,000 ghosts was an extremely powerful discipline king. He was much stronger than discipline king spirit devouring, but he was still blocked by Qiuyu. Thump, thump, thump. Then, Qiuyu and the Shakyamuni of 10,000 ghosts continued to fight. The 2 of them were in a fierce battle, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Lu Ming was relieved. The other party was only a 2-star illusionary emperor. With Qiuyu's combat strength, she was able to stop him. If the other party was too strong, Lu Ming would attack directly and suppress the other party. This way, Qiuyu could train herself. Little girl, your strength is not bad, but at most, you can only fight me to a draw. But those people must die. The 10,000 ghostly king sneered. Qiuyu's expression was calm. She knew Lu Ming's strength. These people were just courting death if they wanted to kill Lu Ming. Qiuyu and the Shakyamuni of 10,000 ghosts exchanged another blow, and both of them retreated a distance. Baz! The soul-devouring law moved and appeared on the other side of Qiuyu. Its cold aura enveloped Qiuyu, and together with the 1,000 ghoul Dharma King, they blocked Qiuyu's path of retreat. Little girl, how dare a mere martial supreme like you come here? Don't leave today. But before that, I'll let you see how those people are killed. Shakyamuni sneered and gave an order. All of you, attack and kill all these intruders. Leave no one alive. Kill! Many people from the Di family shouted as they stepped out one after another. There were people from the Di family, Evil Spirit, Heavenly God sect, and Tianyu Demon sect. Example, the sect masters of the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu Demon sect, and the Tower Master of the Blood Demon Tower had their eyes on Lu Ming. Prepare to face the enemy. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master roared. Master, you guys stay on the outside and kill those who escape later. Lu Ming's words stunned the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others. Then they saw Lu Ming stepping forward alone to meet the sect master of the Tianshan sect and the others. Leave this kid to me. Die! The sect master of the Tianshan sect shouted coldly. His eyes were cold and his body was filled with killing intent. At the same time, the aura he exuded was also extremely shocking. He had reached the Emperor to Be realm. Old dog, it seems like you've been working hard for Evil Spirit all these years. You've actually advanced to the Emperor to Be realm. Lu Ming sneered. The sect master of the Sky God sect must have received a lot of resources from the evil spirit sect. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have improved so quickly. However, the potential of the Tianshan sect's sect master had already been exhausted. It was impossible for him to break through to the martial emperor realm in his lifetime. Lu Ming die! The sect master of the Tianshan sect shouted coldly. He was filled with killing intent as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and a puppet appeared. It was a human-shaped puppet with a saber on its back. At this moment, the saber was unsheathed. It also had the cultivation of the Emperor-to-be realm and charged at the sect master of the Tianshan sect. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect was immediately blocked. This is a puppet of the Emperor-to-be realm. You actually have a puppet of the Emperor-to-be realm. The sect master of the Sky God sect roared. He was extremely shocked and revealed a greedy look at the same time. This was a puppet of the Emperor-to-be realm. If he could get his hands on it, it would definitely be a great fighting force. The sect master of the Tianshan sect was fighting with the Emperor-to-be puppet. However, the puppet was not afraid of death and was attacking madly. For a moment, the sect master of the Tianshan sect was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, I'm here to kill you. Another figure rushed toward Lu Ming. It was the Tower Master of the Blood Demon Tower. In the past few years, the Tower Master's cultivation had skyrocketed and he had reached the Emperor-to-be realm. Lu Ming did not even look. He waved his hand and a puppet appeared. It charged at the Tower Master of the Blood Demon Tower and suppressed him. Another Emperor-to-be puppet. Many people were dumbfounded and envious. This was an Emperor-to-be puppet. With just one of them, he could do whatever he wanted in the 3 prefectures. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also stunned. They had not seen Lu Ming use it before. Lu Ming, one don't believe that you have so many Emperor-to-be puppets. Dang! The sect master of the Sky Demon sect charged at Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming did not take out a puppet. The sect master of the Tianyu Demon sect had deliberately taken Xian Yanqing as his disciple back then, but he secretly wanted to let the Shakyamuni of evil spirit take over his body. He had long been on Lu Ming's must-kill list. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect approached Lu Ming at top speed. He was overjoyed when he saw that Lu Ming had not taken out any puppets. He thought that Lu Ming had used up all his puppets. Die! 1 inch. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said coldly. Old hag, no one can save you today. 1 Let's go, Lu Ming said calmly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the sect master of the Sky Demon sect in an instant. He pointed his finger. A finger force was aimed at the dantian of the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect was at the Emperor-to-be realm, but he was completely useless against Lu Ming's attack. Bang! Lu Ming's finger force pierced through the dantian of the sect master of the Sky Demon sect and shattered her saint heart. Arg! The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect screamed as he retreated. He was caught by an elder of the Sky Demon sect. Little bastard, you've destroyed my cultivation, you've destroyed my cultivation, my cultivation! The sect master of the Sky Demon sect screamed in despair. With his saint heart destroyed, all his cultivation would be in vain. He would become a cripple from then on. She almost went crazy. The Grand Master of the Heavenly God sect, the Tower Master of the Blood Demon Tower, and a few others felt their hair stand on end and broke out in cold sweat. They were well aware of the strength of the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. He was definitely not weaker than them. However, he could not even withstand one move from Lu Ming and was crippled of his cultivation. The 2 of them could not help but retreat. Where are you guys going? Lu Ming said coldly and pointed 2 fingers in succession. 2 finger forces shot out at an astonishing speed. The sect master of the Deity sect and the Tower Master of the Blood Demon Tower did not even have time to react. Their dantians were pierced and their saint hearts shattered. They followed in the footsteps of the sect master of the Sky Demon sect and were crippled of their cultivation. Ah! Ah! The 2 of them shrieked miserably and were filled with despair. They knew that they were finished. Their entire lives of bitter cultivation had turned into flowing water. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. Kill this bastard. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect roared madly. She was going crazy. Chapter 2157 Fish that slipped through the net. Kill. Kill. The DI family and the evil spirit had all made their moves. All kinds of attacks were launched at Lu Ming like beams of divine light, trying to drown him. However, Lu Ming's palm was enough to destroy these attacks. He walked past them and headed toward the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. Earlier on, Lu Ming could have killed the sect master of the Sky Demon sect and the others in one move. However, he did not do so. He wanted to let them know what despair was. With a wave of his hand, 18 puppets appeared, all of them at the Emperor-to-be realm. The 18 puppets charged forward with sabers in their hands. Immediately, a large number of evil spirit and D family people were killed, and their bodies fell to the ground. The evil spirit cult and the DI family were horrified. 18 Emperor-to-be puppets were too terrifying. The 18 Emperor-to-be puppets were not afraid of death. They continued to attack. Even if the other party was also an Emperor-to-be, they couldn't stop them. People below the Emperor-to-be realm were constantly killed. All right. At the back, Long Yuan Mountain and the others were overjoyed. They knew that they could not interfere in this battle. Therefore they did not do anything. They also knew that if they did, they might distract Lu Ming. Block these puppets. Let's join forces to block it. The DI family and the evil spirit cult roared loudly. All their Emperor-to-be had moved out. Together with some supreme saints, they finally stopped the 18 puppets. Lu Ming ignored him and walked toward the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. Attack and kill this bastard. Kill him. The sect masters of the Sky Demon sect and the Tianshan sect shouted. They were being supported by people. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to fly. Immediately, some people charged at Lu Ming. He stretched out his hand and pointed. Streams of finger force burst forth, piercing the space between their eyebrows. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect and the others were shocked, and they quickly retreated. Lu Ming followed them step by step. His eyes were cold and his cold killing intent was locked on the sect master and the others. He wanted to make them despair. Every inch closer he got to the other party's face became uglier. You're all dead today, Lu Ming said coldly. Boom. Right at this moment, a shocking aura burst out from the depths of the DI family. A beam of black light shot up into the sky, and a vast aura spread out in all directions. Emperor Might. Another martial sovereign had appeared. Kill. A brutal voice was heard. In the next moment, the figure had already appeared above Lu Ming and the others. A terrifying aura enveloped Lu Ming. Three-eyed god race. Lu Ming was shocked. The martial sovereign that appeared was not the DI family's patriarch, Di Shirtian, but a member of RHE three-eyed god race. This three-eyed god was 5 meters tall and was shrouded in a pitch-black light. Ordinary people would not be able to see his full appearance. However, Lu Ming's eyesight was so good that he could see through the light and see the other party's body. Lu Ming was shocked to see a three-eyed god at the martial emperor realm. Looks like the evil spirit religion was indeed created by a foreign race. Looks like this three-eyed god race is a remnant of the evil race that came through that passage. Lu Ming thought about it and understood. Almost all of the three-eyed god race members who had come through that passage had been killed. In particular, those true emperors and void emperors with profound cultivation bases were all slaughtered. Even the great emperors were targeting the great emperors, but there was no guarantee that no one would escape. It was clear that this three-eyed god was a fish that had escaped the net and escaped here. This place was too secluded, so naturally, no one was chasing after him. I wonder if there are even stronger three-eyed gods. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Logically speaking, the high-level illusionary emperors and true emperor realm foreign races were almost all killed by the great emperor. There shouldn't be such a high-level three-eyed god race that would escape here. Not good. It's a martial emperor. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Long Yuan Mountain, Yang Tianzong and the others were all shocked. Although Lu Ming was strong, could he face a martial emperor? The sect masters of the Tianyu Demon sect and the Tianshan sect were ecstatic. Lu Ming, go to hell. Haha. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect laughed maniacally. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, could he be stronger than a martial emperor? So what if they had some emperor-to-be puppets? They would still die in the face of a martial emperor. Kill! The three-eyed god bellowed. A huge axe appeared in his hand and he swung it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was calm and he had no intention of dodging. He had already seen that this three-eyed god race was only equivalent to a one-star void emperor. Just as the huge axe was about to hit him, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Clang! Lu Ming's palm struck the other party's battle axe. The battle axe trembled and was sent flying, while Lu Ming's figure remained motionless. What? Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming could actually send a martial emperor's axe flying with a single palm strike. Moreover, he was unarmed. The Grand Masters of the Sky Demon sect and the Tianshan sect widened their eyes in disbelief. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also dumbfounded. Initially, they had all sorts of speculations. Some guessed that Lu Ming had a backup plan, that he had invited other experts, or that he had some secret treasure. However, no one had guessed that Lu Ming could fight a martial supreme with his own combat strength. This was because Lu Ming was too young. How could he be a match for a martial emperor at such a young age? This was not realistic. However, what happened next made them feel like they were in an illusion. The fish that escaped the net from the evil god tribe will be eliminated today. Lu Ming shouted and soared into the sky, charging at his opponent. Die! The other party shouted and used all his strength. A destructive light shot out from his third eye towards Lu Ming, but it was sent flying by Lu Ming's palm. Bang! Lu Ming's palm broke through the opponent's defense and landed on his body. Arg! The other party screamed as his burly body exploded into pieces. Hiss hiss hiss! Gasps could be heard at the scene. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe it and thought they were dreaming. A martial emperor was directly blown up by Lu Ming's bare hands. He was smashed into pieces with one palm. It was too illusory, like a myth. Impossible. This is impossible. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect cried out hysterically, unable to accept this. How could Lu Ming be so powerful that he could kill a martial emperor with one move? He did not dare to imagine this. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also stunned. However, when they came back to their senses, they were ecstatic. Could it be that Ming-Er has already become a divine emperor? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said excitedly. Many people were shocked. Such a young martial supreme was truly too terrifying. They finally understood that Qiu Yu would be by Lu Ming's side. This is great, this is great. This time, we can annihilate Evil's spirit cult and D family. Some people were overjoyed and excited. At the same time, Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the depths of the DI family. Chapter 2158. What is despair? Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on RHE deep end of the DI family, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. When he had killed the evil god tribe member, he had felt a few fluctuations. It seems like there are more. Get out here! Lu Ming shouted coldly and pointed his finger in the air. After that, to everyone's shock, deep in the DI family's territory, in the sky, an enormous finger was formed, pressing down on a palace. That finger was like the finger of a god. Its aura was terrifyingly powerful, causing one to have the urge to prostrate in worship. Boom! With a tap of his finger, the palace exploded. At the same time, a few earth-shaking roars were heard. A tall figure rushed out and punched out, crushing the huge finger. 3 figures appeared in the sky. They were all three-eyed god race beings, and their auras were terrifying. The aura of one of RHE three-eyed gods was extremely terrifying, and it was many times stronger than the other martial sovereigns. A 3-star void emperor and 2 1-star void emperors. I didn't expect so many three-eyed god race members to escape here. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and a cold glint flashed in them. You're the son of chaos, but unfortunately, you're only in the emperor-to-be realm. How dare you fight me? You're really looking for death. One the 3-star illusionary emperor of the evil god tribe spoke with a cold voice. He took a step forward and approached Lu Ming at great speed. Many people from evil spirit cult and D family were overjoyed. It turned out that they had so many martial sovereigns here. This was unimaginable. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect and the others were ecstatic. This martial emperor was obviously many times stronger than the previous one. Lu Ming was dead for sure. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also shocked. Many people were horrified. There were so many martial sovereigns. How could there be so many martial sovereigns? In the past, there were only 2 martial sovereigns in the 3 prefectures. One was Emperor Yun and the other was the martial sovereign of the Di family. Later on, evil spirits' guardian kings were born, and the number of martial sovereigns increased. However, martial sovereigns had appeared one after another, and the one who came later was simply terrifying to the extreme. Could Lu Ming contend with them? Many people started to worry. One don't know how many evil god tribesmen I've killed back then. However, there aren't many evil god tribesmen at the martial emperor realm. I'll start with a few of you. Facing a 3-star illusionary emperor, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. You're just an emperor to be. You want to kill me? Dang. The 3-star illusionary emperor said coldly. The aura on his body became more and more violent and he threw a punch at Lu Ming. This punch directly shattered the space. It was extremely terrifying as it headed for Lu Ming. The others were shocked. This kind of attack power was too shocking. They felt that if it hit them even a little, their souls would be scattered. Boom! Lu Ming moved as well. He also threw a punch. A fist against a fist. In this punch, Lu Ming erupted with 5 types of laws and fused them. The 2 fists collided heavily. Lu Ming's fist was very small. It was much smaller than his opponent's fist, which was the size of a water tank. However, when they collided, his opponent's fist, which was the size of a water tank, immediately shattered and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Ah! The other party screamed and retreated. How is that possible? Your law. The other party roared in disbelief. Kill! Lu Ming did not give his opponent a chance at all. He charged forward and waved his hand, a combat sword forming. This combat sword was the sword of death that Lu Ming had created himself. It was his strongest killing move now. With a slash of his sword, the other party could not resist at all. No, I surrender. The Shakyamuni of 10,000 ghosts shouted hysterically. However, as the sword of death fell, the Shakyamuni of 10,000 ghosts was cut in half. Under the remaining power of the sword of death, the Shakyamuni of 10,000 ghosts' body was destroyed inch by inch. Everyone was shocked beyond words. He was dead. All the martial sovereigns were dead. From the moment Lu Ming made his move, he had killed 5 martial emperors in a row. Everyone thought that they were dreaming. In particular, the sect masters of the Sky Demon sect and the Tianshan sect were almost scared to death. Let's go, let's go. They roared and called for people to take them away. However, in a flash, Lu Ming appeared in front of them. I've said it before. No one can save you today. You will all die. Lu Ming said coldly. The sect masters of the Sky Demon sect and the Tianshan sect looked desperate. At this moment, they could no longer have any thoughts of resisting. They were truly in despair. Previously, they were overjoyed when they saw the martial emperor realm powerhouse appear. They thought that a martial emperor could easily kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was like a legend. It had far exceeded their expectations. Even martial supremes were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in Lu Ming's hands. They could nor even withstand a single blow. In just a short while, their mood had fallen from heaven to hell. Lu Ming, my cultivation has already been crippled. Why must you be so ruthless? Please spare my life. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect begged. Chapter 2158 Destruction. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the sect master of the Sky Demon sect started to beg. Beg for mercy? That's really laughable. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The sect master of the Tianyu demon sect had almost taken over Xian Yanking's body for his own selfish reasons. After that, he led the evil spirit cult and forced Lu Ming to escape from the Azure continent. Was it possible to beg for his life now? The sword of death was swung out, and the sect masters of the Sky Demon sect, the Sky God sect, and the others were all killed in despair. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar as his saint energy burst out and condensed into long spears around his body. These long spears pierced through the air and killed the experts of evil spirit cult and D family one by one. Qiu Yu had also made her move. Now, all the martial sovereigns on the other side had been killed. How could anyone below the martial sovereign level fight against Qiu Yu? They would only be killed. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. This was the evil spirit cult, created by the alien race, and it specialized in killing the strong practitioners and prodigies of the primordial realm. There was no such thing as unbearable, only kill them all. The DI family, the heavenly god sect, and other forces had already joined evil spirit cult, no different from evil spirit cult. The screams rose and fell. This was a massacre. Lu Ming specifically picked Emperor to be, absolute saints, and supreme saints to kill. No one could block a single move. As long as one was targeted by Lu Ming, only death awaited them. Soon, Lu Ming killed all the Emperor-to-be cultivators. Run! Soon, evil spirit cult and D family had completely lost their will to fight back, and they started to run away in all directions. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted and attacked crazily. With a wave of his hand, the spear ray pierced through a radius of hundreds of miles. A few absolute saint realm experts were blown up in the air. At the same time, the 18 Emperor-to-be puppets were also hunting madly. The scene was like hell on earth. The people of evil spirit cult and D family fell to the ground like raindrops. Attack! Don't let the evil spirit religion survivors escape. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master roared. He led the experts of the various major forces of the Azure region, and began to hunt down the people of evil spirit cult and D family who had escaped. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu had killed almost all of the enemy's top experts. The rest would be left to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. After a while, Lu Ming did not make any more moves. Instead, he let the 18 puppets help the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley and the others while he himself went deep into the DI family. Even though these puppets had not fully developed their own sentience, they already had a hint of consciousness. As long as an order was given, they would do it. The puppets of the Shenshao sect could not be compared to Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others in the Chaos Hall. Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others had already developed their own sentience. Their intelligence was no different from that of ordinary people. Even Tu Qian, who was behind them, had his own sentience. This wasn't determined by the strength of one's battle prowess, but by the strength of one's puppetry. Lu Ming came to the deep end of the DI family. He spread out his spiritual sense, covering the territory of the DI family. He did not find anything. Lu Ming frowned. It was strange that Di Shitian, the patriarch of the DI family, was not here. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and swooped down. He threw a punch and the ground cracked, revealing an underground passage. Lu Ming flew in. The underground passage was deep and quiet. Lu Ming kept going down and finally realized that there was another universe deep underground, like an underground world. Among them, there were all kinds of treasures of the DI family. Lu Ming accepted them without any hesitation. This place should be the place where the DI family hid their treasures and the place where Sakura was in seclusion, because there was a faint Emperor pressure here. However, he didn't see many Emperor Sakura's figure. Lu Ming circled around and took everything that he could. Then he left the place. The moment he came out, he found two groups of people confronting each other. Lu Ming frowned. One of them was naturally the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others, while the other group was the group that had not come with Lu Ming. The leader was the old man with the aquiline nose. Wang, you are too despicable. I asked you to come to the DI family together, but you were afraid of death and didn't dare to come. Now that the DI family and evil spirit cult have been exterminated, you are here to fish in troubled waters and fight for resources and treasures. Do you have no shame? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master shouted. Yun Ruoxu, your appetite is too big. Do you want to take it all for yourself? Also, all these years, the evil spirit cult and the DI family have been exploiting our resources. It's only right that we take back some of them. The old man with the aquiline nose sneered and said, Also, where are the storage rings of those evil spirit experts? Hand them over. Don't even think about taking them all for yourself. It's with me. Do you want it? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke coldly and stepped forward. Mingher! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master revealed a look of joy. Lu Ming stepped in the air, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He immediately knew what was going on. The old man with the aquiline nose and the others were afraid of death and didn't dare to fight, but they followed them secretly. When they saw the evil spirit sect and D family being exterminated, they wanted to fight for the resources. How could there be such a good thing in the world? The hook-nosed elder and the rest looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Their speed was much slower than Lu Ming's. In reality, they had just arrived. They did not witness the battle earlier, nor did they see Lu Ming's impressive feat of killing martial sovereigns. However, back in the Sky Demon sect, Lu Ming's abilities still made them very fearful. Lu Ming waved his hand and a few storage rings appeared in the air. These are the storage rings of some of the most powerful people in evil spirit cult, D family. If you want them, come and take them. Lu Ming said indifferently. The old man with the aquiline nose and the others looked solemn. They didn't dare to step forward, but the greed in their eyes was very strong. Lu Ming, are you really going to share it with us? The old man with the aquiline nose asked. What do you think? Lu Ming looked at the old man with the aquiline nose with a faint smile. The old man with the aquiline nose knew that Lu Ming was toying with him. His expression turned ugly as he said, Lu Ming, D family, evil spirit cult has so many treasures. It's too much for you to take them all for yourself. We're also from the Azure region. We should have a share. What right do you have to split these treasures? Lu Ming continued, also, I've given you a chance to participate in the war. You're too afraid to die and didn't come. You even said that you wanted to leave the 3 prefectures and head to other continents. Now get lost. Lu Ming, you still want to chase us away? Don't go too far. The land of the 3 prefectures is not yours. The old man with the aquiline nose said angrily. Now, the DI family and evil spirit sect had been destroyed. The 3 prefectures, the Emperor Prefecture, the Cloud Prefecture, and the Azure Prefecture, had become ownerless. Only a few forces were left in the Azure Prefecture. Next, they would definitely be the ones to split the loot. How could they bear to leave? Lu Ming, don't go too far. We're also from the Azure continent. You don't have the right to ask us to leave. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're strong, unless you can kill us all. The old man with the aquiline nose shouted. That's right, I want leave even if I die. Some people followed suit and shouted. Bang! With a flash of light, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The hook-nosed old man's eyes were wide open in disbelief. A large hole appeared between his eyebrows. Chapter 2160 Division and Reconstruction. The old man's eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. He had never expected Lu Ming to be so ruthless. He attacked and killed him immediately. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, Lu Ming said calmly. Plop. The old man with the aquiline nose was lying limply on the ground, no longer breathing. Lu Ming, you. At the side, the others were shocked. They did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack. Bang! Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and a terrifying pressure instantly pressed down. Bang! 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 A few of the people who were with the hook-nosed elder didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. If you want to die, kill them all. Lu Ming's cold voice caused the remaining people's faces to change drastically, and they looked extremely frightened. Do you want to die here? Or do you want to fulfill your promise and leave the 3 states? Lu Ming's gaze was sharp as a knife as he looked at the remaining people. Those people regretted it so much. If they had known this would happen, they would have followed Lu Ming to attack the DI family. However, at that time, they thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. Those people who came with Lu Ming were fools. They were not that stupid. Now, it was proven that they were the stupid ones. The people who came with Lu Ming were the wisest. From now on, they would divide the 3 prefectures. How great would that be? However, there was no more for them. If they stayed, they would die. Lu Ming was obviously not a soft-hearted person. Let's go, we're leaving. We will leave the 3 prefectures. From now on, we will not step into the 3 prefectures. Those people were helpless. In the end, they spoke one after another, then rose up and flew in the direction of the mountain range of the Cloud Sea. Good kill. These people are afraid of death and want to take advantage of the situation. How can there be such a good thing? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and company were extremely happy. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. They didn't show any mercy to the people from Evil Spirit. They killed all of them, leaving no one alive. However, they didn't kill some of the weaker ones of the DI family, such as those who were below the rank of Martial Emperor. These people posed no threat to them at all. Lu Ming looked for some people from the Di family and asked about the whereabouts of Sakura. However, these people all shook their heads. They were not qualified to know where Sakura was going. Lu Ming felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have left a few experts behind to inquire. After that, Lu Ming left the Di family and traveled around the 3 states. He was afraid that evil spirit cult and Di family still had some powerful warriors, and he had to get rid of them all. There were indeed some powerful figures from the Di family and evil spirit in the cloud plane. However, there were no martial sovereigns, only a few emperor-to-be and some absolute saints. All of them were killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming simply sent his puppets to travel around the 3 prefectures to hunt down people from evil spirit cult and the Di family. A few days later, almost all the powerful warriors of evil spirit cult and Di family had been killed. The 3 prefectures were now truly under their control. Half a month later, everyone would hold a grand event in Dragon God Valley to celebrate their freedom. At the same time, they were discussing how to divide the 3 prefectures. Now, the Cloud Emperor Mountain and the Di family were all exterminated. As for the original 13 sects in the Azure State, the Tianyu Demon Sect, Yudu Sect, Blood Demon Tower, Intentionless Saber Sect, and Heaven God Sect had all been destroyed because they had sided with Evil Spirit Sect. Previously, the remaining forces of the Jiuxiao Sword Sect and the Heaven Seat King did not dare to fight because they were afraid of death. Their higher-ups were killed by Lu Ming and the rest had retreated from the 3 prefectures. Therefore, the remaining major forces were only the Dragon God Valley, Demon Castle, Linglong Palace, Life and Death Sword Sect, and Peiyuan family. The land of the 3 prefectures was divided among the 5 of them. But this time, it was mainly because of Lu Ming that evil spirit cult and the Di family could be destroyed. As for Lu Ming, he was from the Dragon God Valley. Naturally, he would take the majority of the benefits. In the end, they decided that Dragon God Valley would occupy the entire Tsong region. The Demon Castle and the Linglong Palace divided the Cloud State equally, while the Life and Death Sword Sect and Peiyuan family divided the Imperial State equally. On the second day, everyone was on their way to begin the reconstruction. The Dragon God Valley also began to gather disciples to rebuild the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming also joined in and carved a large array around Dragon God Valley. At the same time, Lu Ming took out 2 puppets and handed them to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. These 2 puppets were equivalent to 1-star illusionary Emperor Realm puppets. They did not have high intelligence, but they already had spirituality. As long as they were ordered to protect Dragon God Valley, they would fight to the end. Back at the Divine Vulture Sect, Lu Ming had purchased a total of 3 1-star empty Emperor Realm puppets and 18 Emperor-to-be Realm puppets. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was shocked. After not seeing him for so many years, he knew that Lu Ming had reached a shocking level. He could even take out a Martial Emperor Realm puppet. The reason why Lu Ming had given the 2 Martial Emperor Realm puppets to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was mainly because he was afraid that Sakura D would appear. He could not stay in the Azure continent for long. Soon, he would have to return to the Divine Wilderness continent. At the same time, Lu Ming told Cloud Dragon Valley Master the news about the Ice Dragon Valley Master and the Ice Dragon Patriarch. After hearing this, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master sighed. The Ice Dragon Valley Master had passed away, and the Ice Dragon Patriarch had disappeared. Now, the only high-level figure left in Dragon God Valley was the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. After that, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master took over the position of Dragon God Valley Master and began to rebuild Dragon God Valley. He collected the resources of the entire Azure region and cultivated talented geniuses. Lu Ming had also left behind a large number of resources. Right now, Lu Ming had too many resources on hand. In Ancient Moon Sanctuary, he had annihilated the Wind Clan, the Wan family, and many others. The number of martial sovereigns he had killed was shocking. With his current cultivation level, he could even open the storage rings of the True Emperor and the Void Emperor. How many resources were there in them? Like Emperor Tsong's storage ring, he could naturally open it now. He had also asked Uncle Kong to open the storage ring of the Mu Clan Emperor that he had killed. The amount of resources he had now was shocking. He had left a portion for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. With these resources and the entire Azure continent, he believed that Dragon God Valley would grow stronger quickly and become the true overlord of the Azure continent. Lu Ming stayed in the Azure continent for 3 months. In the past 3 months, The entire Tsong region had been completely controlled by the Dragon God Valley. The headquarters of the 13 sects had all become branches of the Dragon God Valley. Some small forces had also joined Dragon God Valley. During this period, Lu Ming and Xiao Yu took turns to give lectures. Everyone in Dragon God Valley came to listen and benefited a lot. For example, Zi Feng, the #1 genius of Dragon God Valley, had already broken through the shackles and reached the Bright Saint realm. As for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, with the help of Lu Ming's resources, he had also broken through a barrier and his cultivation base had advanced to another level. In the past few years, due to the exploitation of resources by the evil spirit cult and the DI family, the cultivation base of the people in Dragon God Valley had not improved much. Now, with the help of all kinds of top-grade resources, many people had made breakthroughs in their cultivation base and realm. It was a scene of prosperity. At that moment, Lu Ming bade farewell to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He was about to return to the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu stepped into the teleportation array of Dragon God Valley. The teleportation array flashed and they left Dragon God Valley. Chapter 2161. The World's Metamorphosis. In the center of the ancient city in the Divine Ruins continent, there were 8 ancient altars floating in the air. At this moment, one of the altars suddenly lit up, and 2 figures appeared on the altar. The 2 of them were Xiao Yu and Lu Ming. "I'm finally back." Lu Ming revealed a smile. Xiao Yu also looked around curiously. There was no one around the altar, and it was very quiet. "Xiao Yu, let's go. Back to the Divine Wilderness." Lu Ming smiled and held Xiao Yu's hand. They flew down the altar and headed south. But suddenly, Lu Ming stopped, his face filled with bewilderment. "Young master, what's wrong?" Xiao Yu asked in surprise. "Xiao Yu, have you noticed that there's something wrong with this place? The origin qi is too dense." Lu Ming said with a look of shock on his face. "The original qi is indeed rich. It's not any weaker than that of the Azure continent, Cloud continent, and Emperor continent." Xiao Yu sensed and said, "Although the origin qi in the Divine Ruins continent is richer than that of the Divine Wilderness continent, it cannot be compared to the Yuan continent at all. The difference is huge, but now, the origin qi concentration here is actually comparable to that of the Azure continent." The more he said, the more incredulous Lu Ming felt. The continent cluster of the Divine Ruins was located in the barren land of the Primordial Realm's 10 lands. It lacked original energy, and the space was extremely unstable. The difference between it and the Primordial Land was too great, and they could not be compared at all. But now, the concentration of the original qi here was comparable to that of the Azure region. Lu Ming could not be wrong. Lu Ming waved his palm and struck the air. The space rippled like water. The space has also become countless times more stable. How is this possible? Lu Ming was even more shocked. The continent cluster of the Divine Ruins was located at the edge of the Primordial Realm, and the space was extremely unstable. Here, even spiritual God Realm martial artists could break open the space. As for those at the Martial Royal Realm, a casual move from them could destroy the space. When Lu Ming was here, he could cross hundreds of millions of miles to kill his enemies. However, although Lu Ming did not use much strength when he waved his palm just now, if it were in the past, Lu Ming would have pierced through the endless space. But now, it was just a ripple. The space was much more stable than before. It was very close to Yuan continent. Then, Lu Ming sensed the heaven and earth and realized that the laws were many times clearer. Cultivating in such an environment, one's cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Just like the Tsong state, Cloud state, and the Emperor state, there were many martial emperors. There were even people in the Bright Saint, Supreme Saint, Absolute Saint, and Emperor-to-be realm. How was this possible? What had happened in the Divine Ruins continent all these years? How could there be such a shocking change? It was a complete upheaval. A remote and desolate place had suddenly become a holy land for cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Yu had also figured out the difference, and she was also dumbfounded. The Divine Ruins continents must have undergone a huge change. "Let's return to the Divine Wilderness continent first," Lu Ming said. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The 2 of them rose into the air and flew towards the south of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins at extreme speed. If it was in the past, they could travel through the void at will. With their current cultivation level, They would probably be able to travel from the Divine Ruins continent to the Divine Wilderness continent in a few minutes. But now, the space was much more stable, just like in the Yuan continent. They could no longer travel through the void. Kill! Kill! After flying for some distance, they heard a deafening battle cry from ahead. There seemed to be thousands of soldiers and horses ahead. Lu Ming's expression changed, and the two of them continued to fly. Not long after, they arrived at the edge of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. He saw countless figures standing on the city wall. In the air, some people were fighting. 7th level Martial Emperor Realm. 8th level Martial Emperor Realm. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and noticed that the people fighting in the air were all experts at the 7th or 8th level Martial Royal Realm. Also, there were many Martial Royal Realm experts among those who had not made a move. This would have been unimaginable in the past. Before Lu Ming left the continent group of the Divine Ruins, the strongest expert on the continent of the Divine Ruins was a 4th level Martial Emperor. Moreover, when Lu Ming left, he had almost killed all the Martial Emperors at the 3rd level and above. But now, with just a casual glance, he could tell that they were at least at the 5th level of the Martial Royal Realm. As expected, this world was different. The origin chi was rich and the laws were clear. Countless experts had been born. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu did not stop. They continued to fly forward. He finally understood what had happened. Outside the ancient city of the Divine Ruins, there were also countless silhouettes. Many silhouettes were wearing iron armors, and their battle intent soared to the sky. It was very obvious that these were two groups of people fighting. However, Lu Ming was not interested in that. He and Xiao Yu stepped out of the city wall. Hey, you two, which family are you from? Don't wander around. The enemy is outside the city. If you go out, you will die. Someone looked at the two of them and reminded them. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear him and continued to walk out. I've never seen these two before. I don't know which family he's from. He's really looking for death. Many people looked at Lu Ming and Xiao Yu and sneered, but no one stopped them. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu left the ancient city of the Divine Ruins and flew south. These two came from the city. Take them down. He's actually so bold. Is he trying to provoke us? Someone in the army outside the city said angrily. The people outside the city naturally treated Lu Ming and Xiao Yu as people inside the city. Now that the two of them had walked out like this, as if they didn't care about them, it made them furious. Immediately, two people flew toward Lu Ming and Xiao Yu. Each of them extended a large hand to grab Lu Ming and Xiao Yu. These two were LV3 Martial Royal Realm experts. In the past, they would have been overlords. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly. With Lu Ming's cultivation level, a casual shout from him contained great power. The two 3rd-level Martial Royal Realm experts trembled violently and were sent flying back while spitting out mouthfuls of blood. So it's two experts. Kill them. How arrogant. Do you think you can challenge us with just the two of you? Many people in the army outside the city were furious, and more experts flew out. There were at least a dozen of them, and some of them were at LV7 Martial Royal Realm. Their eyes were cold, and their killing intent was as sharp as a knife. There were even a few people who looked at Xiao Yu with eyes full of passion and greed. You're looking for death, kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. The sky rumbled and terrifying energy swept out. Bang! 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 The bodies of the dozen or so people who had rushed over directly exploded and died on the spot. Lu Ming did not have a good impression of these people from the Divine Ruins continent. Back then, all the forces in the Divine Ruins continent had joined forces to hunt down Lu Ming in order to seize his primordial chaos token. If Lu Ming's cultivation was not so high, he would have died long ago. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. In one move, he had killed more than a dozen experts, shocking everyone. How could this be? Could he be a sage? That's impossible, right? Our Divine Ruins continent has yet to give birth to a Saint Realm expert. The strongest is only a half-saint. Is he a half-saint? The army outside the city discussed. Chapter 2162 Earth's Recovery. Lu Ming killed more than 10 experts in one move. He shocked the people outside the city and made them look terrible. Even the battle in the sky had stopped. The experts from both sides flew back to their respective camps. Fellow Taoist, you've crossed the line. A middle-aged man descended from the sky and stared at Lu Ming. A powerful aura emanated from his body. The second stage of half-saint. Lu Ming could clearly sense the other party's cultivation. It seems that the world's metamorphosis has been going on for a long time. Even a figure at the second stage of the half-saint realm has appeared. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Come here, I have some questions for you. Then, Lu Ming looked at the second stage half-saint and said indifferently. In Lu Ming's eyes, a second stage half-saint was really nothing. His tone naturally did not have any respect. It even sounded like he was giving orders. When the other party heard this, his face turned extremely dark. You and I have an agreement that half-saints can't interfere. You've crossed the line. The middle-aged man said. I called you over. I have something to ask you. Lu Ming added, his expression turning cold. He did have a stomach full of questions and wanted to find someone to ask. Arrogant. I'd like to see what you're capable of. The middle-aged man was furious. He unleashed all his strength and charged at Lu Ming. In the second stage of the half-saint realm, he had already mastered the laws. In the eyes of others, he was powerful and terrifying. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, he was no different from an ant. Lu Ming stretched out a hand and a large hand condensed. He grabbed the middle-aged man and exerted force. The middle-aged man screamed in pain. His body crackled and many bones were broken. Both inside and outside the city were silent. A half-saint was like a baby in Lu Ming's hands. He was vulnerable. After that, the people in the city were overjoyed and their morale was greatly boosted. Take this opportunity to attack and exterminate the other party. That's right, kill our way out. How could the higher-ups in the city miss this opportunity? Lu Ming had walked out of the city and killed the strong opponents in a row. Even a half-saint could not withstand a single blow. As a result, the morale of the other party must be very low. This was the best opportunity to attack. Kill. Within the city, a large group of experts charged out, killing their way out of the city. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He didn't come to help the city. He attacked because the other party attacked him first and then he wanted to ask some questions. However, the people in the city wanted to use his power and treat him as a thug. All of you get back. Lu Ming turned around and shouted. Waves of terrifying energy burst out of his mouth and rushed toward the masters in the city. Bang! Bang! In the city, the masters who were at the forefront of the charge kept exploding in the air, and dozens of them died in an instant. All retreat! Retreat! The rest of the people were almost scared to death. They retreated frantically, their bodies covered in cold sweat. Now, everyone understood that Lu Ming did not belong to either side. Buzz! Following that, Lu Ming stretched out his large hand into the city and grabbed an elder. Everyone gasped. This elder was also a half-saint, and he was the top powerhouse of the current continent of the Divine Ruins. You are Lu Ming? The old man stared at Lu Ming and suddenly shouted. What? Many people's hearts trembled. In the depths of their memories, a demonic name emerged. Lu Ming had shaken the entire Divine Ruins continent more than 10 years ago. Who did not know him? At that time, the Divine Ruins continent's top group of experts were almost completely wiped out. It's really Lu Ming. I recognize him. Someone else shouted. Previously, when Lu Ming first appeared, many people did not recognize him. After all, more than 10 years had passed. Lu Ming's temperament had changed greatly. Many people had not realized it. But now that he had reminded them, many people reacted and their faces turned pale. This was a jinx. And wasn't he heading to the Yuan continent? Why did he come back? Did he just return from the Yuan continent? Many people had figured it out. This must be the reason why they had appeared in the city. I'll ask you some questions. If you answer me honestly, I won't kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. Alliance Master Lu, please ask. We'll definitely tell you everything we know. The old man in the city quickly said. Me too, me too. The middle-aged man also nodded. Lu Ming's current abilities were simply unfathomable. They did not dare to have any disloyal thoughts. Let me ask you, what is going on with this world? Why is the origin chi so dense, countless times denser than it was in the past? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. As expected, he had just returned from the Yuan continent. Alliance Master Lu, it's like this, the old man in the city quickly answered. He told them everything that had happened in the past few years, and the middle-aged man added some more. Lu Ming was extremely shocked after hearing that. So all of this was because of the Divine Wilderness Continent. To be more precise, it was because of the Divine Wilderness Continent's East Baron, Nine Dragons. About 8 or 9 years ago, there was a sudden change in Nine Dragons City in the Eastern Wilderness. A passage suddenly appeared in the middle of Nine Dragons City. The 9 dragon veins and the divine 9 dragon cauldron that suppressed the city flew away one by one into the passage. And in that passageway, there was an endless amount of origin chi that seeped out, causing the origin chi of the Divine Wilderness Continent to become extremely dense. It even spread to the surrounding continents, such as the Divine Ruins Continent. In fact, with the density of the origin chi, the laws of heaven and earth in this area became very clear and easy to comprehend. At the same time, the space between heaven and earth became extremely stable. With every dragon vein and divine 9 dragon cauldron that flew away, more original chi would gush out of the passage. In addition, the Divine Wilderness Continent and other continents, deep underground, seemed to have countless spiritual roots or the seeds of sacred medicine. Now that the origin chi had become more concentrated, these spiritual roots and sacred medicine seeds had all been revived. They bloomed and bore fruit. All over the world, countless spiritual medicines and sacred medicines appeared. During this time, the world of martial Tao had also been strengthened explosively. Everyone's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Especially in the Divine Wilderness Continent, there were many experts. Not only were there martial emperors, even the Saint Realm had appeared one after another. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the change of the world was actually related to the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. The entire world had recovered and was full of vitality. Could it be that the legend about the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron is wrong? Lu Ming pondered. Legend had it that the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron was forged by human powerhouses in ancient times to suppress the 9 dragon veins. But now, Lu Ming speculated that the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron and the 9 dragon veins were one and used to suppress the passage. Where does that tunnel lead to? Many thoughts and questions appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Chapter 2163 Sacred Medicine. Everywhere Lu Ming speculated that the passageway in 9 dragons must lead to a place with extremely rich original chi. Only when one led to such a place, the two places were connected, the original chi converged, and the laws of heaven and earth circulated, could such a scene be created. The Yuan continent or the heaven realm? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. However, Lu Ming's expression changed when he heard what the elder and the middle-aged man said next. Because they said that a few years ago, a supreme expert from the Yuan continent, known as the Martial Emperor, came and occupied the Divine Wilderness Continent. Now, the Divine Wilderness Continent was in the control of these Yuan continent experts. As for the Divine Ruins Continent, as it was further away from the Divine Wilderness Continent, the original chi was not that rich. There were not many sacred herbs and spirit fruits that could be revived, so the strong practitioners of the Yuan continent did not extend their reach here. Yuan continent's expert. Martial Emperor. Could it be Sakura? Lu Ming's expression changed. He suddenly thought of Sakura. Sakura was not in the Yuan continent. It was very likely that he had received some news and came to the Divine Wilderness Continent. If that was the case, wouldn't the Dragon Alliance be controlled by Sakura? Then wouldn't his parents, Xiaofan, and the others fall into the hands of Sakura? At this moment, Lu Ming could not remain calm. He wanted to rush back to the Divine Wilderness Continent immediately. Following that, Lu Ming asked a few more questions before leaving with Qiu Yu, flying in the direction of the Divine Wilderness Continent. The two of them were very fast, and before long, they had flown out of the Divine Ruins Continent and into the Endless Sea. Along the way, Lu Ming discovered that the world was different. The original energy was extremely rich, and some spiritual mountains and treasured lands were filled with spiritual herbs. If this was the case for the Divine Ruins Continent, what would happen to the Divine Wilderness Continent? It would definitely be more shocking. Walala! In the ocean, the sea beasts churned, emitting a shocking aura. 9th level Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming found a ferocious shark with a cultivation of LV9 Martial Royal Realm. The origin qi in this sea area was also extremely rich, causing the cultivation of the sea beasts in the sea to soar. The two of them were moving at an astonishing speed as they approached the divine wilderness continent. The closer he got to the divine wilderness continent, the denser the yuan qi became, and the more stable the space became. Lu Ming had the illusion that he had returned to Yuan Lu. Not long later, the two of them returned to the divine wilderness continent and landed from the northern plains. What a dense heaven-earth yuan qi! Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were secretly shocked. In the great land of northern plains, the origin qi was extremely dense. The two of them felt that they were approaching ancient Moon Holy Land. One had to know that Gu Yu Holy Land was one of the 9 great holy lands of Yuan Mountain. It was called a holy land, so one could imagine the cultivation environment. But the divine wilderness mainland was approaching the ancient Moon Holy Land. The two of them used the divine breath technique to change their appearance and aura. Sakura was likely to be in the divine wilderness continent, and there were other people from the Di family. Lu Ming did not want to alert the enemy, so the best plan was to act in secret. Lu Ming transformed into a dark-skinned young man while Qiu Yu transformed into an ordinary-looking woman. The two of them slowed down and walked in the air, observing the changes in the various places. On the ground, ancient trees towered into the sky, and many mountains were filled with spirit herbs. There were even saint herbs growing. Many demonic beasts roamed the mountains and forests, and their cultivation was very powerful. With a casual sweep, he discovered many demonic beasts of the spiritual ocean, spirit embryo, and spiritual god realms. They practically formed groups. There were also many martial royal realm demonic beasts. These demonic beasts fed on spirit herbs, and their cultivation levels skyrocketed. Even Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. Then, the two of them flew to search for big cities and asked for information. Soon, they arrived at a large city and learned more details. This world had started to change 8 or 9 years ago. As the overlord of the divine wilderness continent, the Dragon Alliance had seized the opportunity to obtain large amounts of resources. The number of experts in the Dragon Alliance had increased dramatically, and the strong ones had become even stronger. However, a few years ago, an expert from the Yuan continent came. Facing the experts of the Yuan continent, the Dragon Alliance could not resist at all. They were suppressed and occupied. There was more than one group of experts from the Yuan continent. There were several groups that occupied various regions of the divine wilderness continent. Now, the divine wilderness continent was the ruler of the Yuan continent. The experts of the Dragon Alliance were completely controlled by the experts of the Yuan continent. Lu Ming's heart felt heavy. At the same time, he also heard some other news. Over the years, many people in the divine wilderness continent had many speculations about the changes in the world. Some people said that the divine wilderness continent must have been a flourishing land in the distant past. This point could be inferred from the countless spiritual herbs that emerged from the depths of the earth. In the distant past, the divine wilderness continent was definitely filled with spirit herbs and sacred herbs. But later on, for some unknown reason, this world was sealed by the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the 9-dragon veins. That was why the divine wilderness continent was in a state of exhaustion. Now that the passage had been reopened, the entire continent had recovered. With a heavy heart, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu rushed to the central continent. Along the way, they saw many people wandering in the vast mountains, looking for all kinds of spirit herbs and saint herbs. Young master, many people are heading toward the mountain range, Qiu Yu said. Lu Ming nodded. Along the way, they noticed that many people were flying in one direction with burning eyes. I'm afraid there's an incredible treasure coming into being in that place. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. Then, he and Qiu Yu flew in that direction. Soon, they arrived in front of a desolate mountain. Roar! The roars of beasts could be heard from time to time in the mountains. Monstrous beasts as large as mountains traversed and fought with human martial artists. This mountain is really amazing. Sacred medicine is everywhere. Lu Ming's eyes were like the stars. He could see a vast territory. The entire mountain and the vast mountain range were reflected in his eyes as he stood high in the sky. He found that this mountain range was rich in origin energy and spirit herbs and sacred herbs were everywhere. There were even more sacred herbs and sacred herbs than in ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming could not help but think that the divine wilderness continent might have been very prosperous in the distant past. There were sacred medicine seeds deep underground that had not decayed throughout the ages. Now, they were rich in vital energy and had even taken root and sprouted. Otherwise, no matter how rich the origin chi was, it was impossible to grow so many spiritual and sacred medicines in less than 10 years. At the same time, countless demonic beasts lived on this vast mountain, and they were all very powerful. Young master, should we step on some sacred herbs too? Qiu Yu asked. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Although Lu Ming had a lot of resources on hand, no one would mind having too many sacred elixirs. Although they had no use for these sacred elixirs, his parents and others would definitely need them in the future. The two of them rushed into the forest and saw a ginseng as thick as an arm. It was golden in color and had a fragrant smell. This was a sacred medicine, and it was effective even for martial saints. However, this ginseng was guarded by a demonic beast. Roar! A giant wolf with the strength of a second-level martial royal realm pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and a burst of energy shot out, killing the giant wolf. He then kept the golden ginseng. After that, Qiu Yu and Lu Ming went around the forest to collect the sacred medicine. They couldn't even be bothered to harvest ordinary spirit herbs. In a valley, Lu Ming casually killed a first-level martial emperor realm giant snake and plucked a sacred medicine. Lu Ming sighed to himself. During this period of time, it would be strange if the cultivation of the divine wilderness continent's people did not skyrocket, as there were too many sacred elixirs. If a martial royal realm expert ate the saint herb to cultivate, his cultivation would definitely improve rapidly. Chapter 2164 Treasure Hunting Team. There were so many saint herbs here that even those from the ancient Moon Holy Land would be jealous. Of course, he couldn't just rely on taking medicine to improve his cultivation. He still needed to comprehend. However, it was definitely many times faster than before. Buzz! Whoosh! At this moment, a few figures appeared in the sky above the valley. There were a total of 4 people, an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and a middle-aged woman. The 4 of them looked at the corpse of the giant snake in the valley, and revealed a trace of surprise. You too, did you kill this giant snake? The old man spoke. He was clearly the leader of the 4. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Both of you are young, but you're able to kill a LV1 martial emperor realm giant snake. Your cultivation must be quite strong. Are you here for the Holy Spirit fruit as well? The old man asked. Holy Spirit fruit? Lu Ming was puzzled, but he did not show it on his face. You guys too? That's right. We've received news that there's a Holy Spirit fruit tree on Wuyuan Mountain that's about to ripen. A Holy Spirit fruit can give birth to a Saint Realm expert. Many treasure hunting teams have come here to fight for the Holy Spirit fruit. The old man said. A Saint Spirit fruit can give birth to a saint? Lu Ming was shocked. He had read a lot of books in the Dian Elixir Hall, but he had never heard of a fruit like the Holy Spirit fruit. It was incredible that it could produce a Saint Realm expert. It seemed that the recovery of the divine wilderness continent had produced some impressive things. Lu Ming's interest grew. The 2 of you, are you willing to join us? The more people there are, the stronger we are. We can take care of each other on the road. The old man asked again. All right. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Qiu Yu listened to Lu Ming completely. She would naturally follow whatever Lu Ming did. The old man and the others all revealed looks of joy. The fact that Lu Ming and his companion were able to move around in the mountains and kill a LV1 martial emperor realm giant snake meant that they were not weak. If they joined them, their strength would increase a little. The main reason why Lu Ming joined them was to look at the Holy Spirit fruits. It would be good if he could pick a few of them and give them to his parents in the future. After that, both parties introduced themselves to each other. Lu Ming knew that the old man's name was Ai Lan Zhong. The 4 of them were a treasure hunting group. Ever since the divine wilderness continent underwent a change, and all sorts of spiritual and sacred herbs began to recover, many treasure hunting groups had appeared. As the name suggested, these people traveled through famous mountains and rivers in search of all kinds of spiritual and sacred medicine to exchange for various cultivation resources. This time, there were many treasure hunting groups that came to the 5 Elements Mountain. After the introduction, the group continued on their way. The old man went deeper into the mountain range. As he walked, he looked for spirit herbs and sacred herbs. There's a strong medicinal fragrance ahead. Suddenly, Han Zhong's expression changed. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu also smelled the strong medicinal fragrance coming from the front. Everyone hurriedly walked forward and immediately saw a small patch of sparkling purple grass. A Bauhinia orchid. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recognized this type of grass. The amethyst orchid was a low-level saint herb. It was very useful even for bright sages. There were a total of 7 stalks here. Han Zhong's eyes lit up. 7 saint herbs had appeared all of a sudden. Their value was not cheap. However, it was clearly not that easy to obtain it. Hiss hiss hiss. On the ground, there was a hissing sound, and purple threads were swimming. They were tiny snakes the size of chopsticks. Their bodies were sparkling and translucent. Lu Ming took a glance and saw 11 of them. Whoosh, whoosh. 11 little snakes shot towards the crowd. Attack! Han Zhong roared and attacked with the others, attacking the small snakes. The 11 snakes had high cultivation. They were all at the martial royal realm. The strongest one was at the LV3 martial royal realm, which was the same as Han Zhong. Was this still the divine wilderness continent? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He really had an illusion that he was in the Yuan continent. Back in the day, in the divine wilderness continent, a first-level martial emperor was an overlord. They could create an overlord force and dominate a region. The second level of the martial royal realm was almost the dominator and invincible in the world. The third level of the martial royal realm was a legend. At his peak, Xiaofan had been a LV3 martial royal realm martial artist, and his reputation was unrivaled. But now, a nest of snakes in a mountain was at the martial royal realm. The strongest was at the LV3 martial royal realm. It made Lu Ming feel as if time and space were in a mess, as if he was still in Yuan continent. Clang! Clang! Han Zhong and the others were fighting the 11 purple snakes. Han Zhong fought the third-level martial royal realm snake alone, while the others fought the other snakes. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu attacked as well. Of course, they did not use their full strength. They only used a portion of their strength. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu had killed 2 small snakes in a row. The others were very surprised. Qiu Yu and Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than they had imagined. Kill! The 2 big men and the middle-aged woman unleashed their full power and used all sorts of killing moves to suppress the small snakes and kill them. He has cultivation, but his combat power isn't high. Lu Ming shook his head secretly. He realized that although these people had reached the martial royal realm, their combat strength was far inferior to those of the same level in the Yuan continent. This was because these people lacked domain martial techniques. That's right, Han Zhong and the others did it by force. This was normal. Now that the world had recovered, the original qi had increased greatly, and many people's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. However, domain martial techniques would not appear out of thin air. For example, the 2 middle-aged men were at the second level of the martial royal realm. However, they could only barely suppress the first-level martial royal realm expert. It took them a lot of effort to kill him. However, Han Zhong was at a disadvantage in the battle with the third-level martial royal realm snake. The little purple snake moved like lightning. Its speed was shocking, and its body was as hard as iron, causing Han Zhong to be flustered. Whoosh! At this moment, a purple lightning bolt shot toward Han Zhong from another direction. It was another purple snake, and its cultivation was also at LV3 martial royal realm. Not good. The middle-aged woman and the 2 burly men were shocked. There was a third-level martial royal realm purple snake hiding at the side. It suddenly attacked Han Zhong. It was already hard for Han Zhong to deal with one alone, and now there was another one that was attacking him. He had no way of avoiding it. The 2 burly men wanted to save him, but it was too late. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly appeared behind Han Zhong and struck out with his palm. The surging palm force directly sent the small snake flying. Of course, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the purple snake would have been dead by now. But with this block, the others finally reacted. Attack! The 2 middle-aged men and the middle-aged woman charged toward the small snake. The 3 of them joined forces and fought the small snake. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu joined the fight and pretended to attack. Not long after, they killed the little snake. Then, he helped Han Zhong to kill the little snake. Brother Lu's combat strength is not bad. Why don't you join our treasure hunting team in the future and hunt for treasure together? Han Zhong said with a hopeful expression. Chapter 2165 Changes brought about by strength. Lan Zhong invited Lu Ming and Qiu Yu to join their treasure hunting team. The other people also revealed hopeful expressions. Lu Ming's strength was beyond their expectations. He was probably a third-level martial royal realm expert, and his combat strength was even higher than Han Zhong's. If the two of them could join them, the strength of their treasure hunting team would be greatly enhanced. Lu Ming shook his head and refused. Why would he join such a treasure hunting group? He was with Han Zhong and the others only because he wanted to go to Wuyuan Mountain with them to take a look. Han Zhong and the others were disappointed when they saw Lu Ming's rejection. Brother Lu, Imold. So 111 give you a piece of advice. Although your cultivation base is not weak, now that the world has recovered, everyone has advanced by leaps and bounds, and there are many experts. Especially when you're looking for saint herbs and spirit medicines in the vast mountains, you'll encounter stronger demonic beasts and more danger. You'll still need others to help you. Han Zhong didn't give up and continued. In other words, although Lu Ming's cultivation level was not bad, the two of you were definitely not enough. You would need to work with others. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Ming smiled but still did not agree. Young people are still too arrogant. I've seen many as confident as you, thinking that you're strong, but they all died in the end. A middle-aged man couldn't help but sneer. Don't talk nonsense. Han Zhong berated, and the burly man shut his mouth resentfully. Brother Lu, please don't mind him. He didn't mean it. Han Zhong explained with a smile. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Given his current realm and standing at a high position, he really did not feel anything about these words. Furthermore, as long as he obtained the Holy Spirit fruit after reaching Wuyuan Mountain, he would not have any interactions with Han Zhong and the others in the future. After that, Han Zhong plucked the 7 purple orchid. Brother Lu, thanks for your help this time. There are 7 in total. How about 3 of you? Han Zhong passed the 3 stalks of Bauhinia to Lu Ming. The 6 of them had 7 stalks of amethyst orchid. However, since Lu Ming had put in more effort this time, he had an extra stalk for him. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, he kept the 3 stalks of red bud orchids. Then, everyone continued to head toward Wuyuan Mountain. Along the way, they obtained some saint herbs, which were divided equally. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a terrifying beam of light shot toward Han Zhong from the mountain in front of him. Retreat! Han Zhong's expression changed drastically as he retreated rapidly. Boom! The place where he was standing just now suddenly exploded, and a huge hole appeared. Buzz! Whoosh! A total of 5 or 6 figures were rushing towards them from all directions. Their cold killing intent sent chills down their spines. Not good, it's the people from the treasure hunting group. Quickly leave. Let's go! Han Zhong roared and retreated with the others. The treasure hunting teams entered various famous mountains and great rivers to search for sacred medicines and spiritual medicines. In fact, their greatest danger was not the demonic beasts, but the people of other treasure hunting teams. If they encountered a powerful treasure hunting group in the wild, the other party was very likely to kill them and seize the treasure. It was obvious that they had encountered such a treasure hunting group. Han Zhong and the others retreated, but the other party's speed was extremely fast. Boom! A terrifying palm print, as large as a mountain, blasted towards them, enveloping Han Zhong and the others. Han Zhong, the 2 burly men, and a middle-aged woman shouted as they joined forces to block the palm. However, when the palm landed, Han Zhong was still fine and only took a few steps back. The others were all violently shaken and forced to retreat while vomiting blood. 4th level Martial Emperor Realm. Han Zhong roared. Boom! Boom! 6 figures surrounded them from all 4 directions, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. 3 of them were at the 3rd level, 2 were at the 4th level, and 1 was at the 5th level. Lu Ming could easily sense the other party's strength. 5th level Martial Emperor Realm. Han Zhong was in despair. Kill! The LV5 Martial Royal Realm expert wielded a saber and charged at Han Zhong. Han Zhong couldn't block this blade. He definitely couldn't block it. Han Zhong and the others revealed looks of despair. However, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly appeared in front of Han Zhong and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming! Han Zhong was shocked. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was not bad, he would definitely not be able to block this attack. He would be courting death if he blocked in front of him. But the next moment, he was stunned. Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers and caught the saber between them. The saber stopped in Lu Ming's hand and could not move. This. Han Zhong, the 2 burly men, and the middle-aged woman's eyes almost popped out. That was a slash from a 5th-level martial emperor. A 3rd-level martial emperor would definitely be killed by that slash, and a 4th-level martial emperor would be severely injured. However, Lu Ming had extended 2 fingers and easily caught the saber. What kind of cultivation was this? What kind of combat strength was this? The other party's people were also dumbfounded. The person at the 5th-level martial emperor realm was even more terrified. He was well aware of the power of his blade. However, Lu Ming's finger was as steady as Mount Tai. No matter how he unleashed his power, he could not move an inch. Go, leave quickly! The LV5 martial emperor realm expert roared. He knew that he had encountered a terrifying expert. If he didn't leave, he would die. He abandoned his saber and retreated. It's too late to retreat now, Lu Ming said calmly and squeezed his fingers hard. Buzz! The saber shattered into 6 pieces and shot out. Each piece was aimed at one of the opponents. Blood splattered everywhere. The 6 experts, no matter if they were at LV3, LV4, or LV5 martial royal realm, were all pierced through by the fragments of the saber and died on the spot. Han Zhong, the 2 burly men, and the middle-aged woman were all dumbfounded. Among the 6 experts, the weakest one was not weaker than Han Zhong. However, he was killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming did not even take a step. Their bodies turned cold. They understood that they had encountered a terrifying heaven's favorite. What was Lu Ming's cultivation? 7th-level martial emperor, 8th-level martial emperor, or even stronger. They only reacted after a long time. Lu Ming, it's my fault previously. You're a magnanimous person, so please don't hold it against me. One of the burly men's face was flushed red as he apologized to Lu Ming. Previously, he was indignant about Lu Ming not joining them and ridiculed Lu Ming for being too arrogant. However, they realized that Lu Ming was not arrogant. He clearly had the ability and did not think highly of them. With their abilities, they were of no help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not seem to mind. With a wave of his hand, he kept the storage rings of the 6 men and said, "Let's go to Wuyuan Mountain." The group continued on their way to Wuyuan Mountain. However, Han Zhong and the rest's attitude towards Lu Ming and Qiu Yu had changed drastically. They were now extremely reverent. After crossing a few mountain ranges, a huge mountain peak appeared in front of them, piercing through the clouds. They had arrived at Wuyuan Mountain. Chapter 2166. Yuan Continent's expert. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could see that there was a huge tree at the peak of Wuyuan Mountain. It was glowing with a crystal-like light, like a divine tree. On the branches of the tree there were 9 fruits. They were as red as fire jade, and the smell of medicine assailed the nose. This was the Holy Spirit fruit. However, it had not ripened yet. Around the mountain peak, figures could be seen flashing from time to time. They were all treasure hunting groups. However, the Holy Spirit fruit had yet to ripen. An unripe Holy Spirit fruit was completely useless. Hence, everyone was waiting for the Holy Spirit fruit to ripen. Lu Ming and the rest also flew forward. Boom! All! In the forest ahead, a fierce battle broke out. It was 2 treasure hunting groups fighting each other, and people were killed from time to time. Not long after, one of the treasure hunting groups was killed. Their storage rings were taken away, and their corpses would be left here forever. The victorious treasure hunting team also discovered Lu Ming and the rest. They swept a cold glance at them and then left in a flash. As they neared Wuyuan Mountain, more and more treasure hunting groups appeared. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and discovered at least 100 treasure hunting groups with more than 1,000 people. These people sized each other up with cold gazes, but they didn't make a move. It was obvious that they were all waiting for the moment when the Holy Spirit fruit ripened. Once the Holy Spirit fruit ripened, there would most likely be a brutal battle. However, for the sake of the Holy Spirit fruit, everything was worth it. A Holy Spirit fruit could create a Saint Realm expert. 9 Holy Spirit fruits were equivalent to 9 Sage State experts. Although the world had changed greatly and everyone's cultivation had skyrocketed, the Saint Realm was still very rare. Every Saint Realm expert was a top expert. Of course, this did not include the experts from the Yuan continent. They were only from the Divine Wilderness continent. The experts from the Yuan continent were too strong. There was no way to compare. Suddenly, a group of people walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them was an expert. This was a very powerful treasure hunting group. How dare a weak treasure hunting group like you try to snatch the Holy Spirit fruit? You really don't know what's good for you. Hand over your storage rings and scram. A brawny man in his 30s berated. The faces of Han Zhong and the others turned pale. This treasure hunting group was too powerful. It was obviously much stronger than the one that had attacked them before. In the face of such a treasure hunting group, they had no choice but to agree to their request. They could not help but look at Lu Ming. They hoped that Lu Ming could create a miracle because they were not willing to hand over their storage rings. The gains in the storage ring were all exchanged with their lives. What's wrong? Why aren't you handing over your storage rings? Do you want to die? The burly man's voice turned cold. The other members of the treasure hunting team sneered as they watched. The treasure hunting team was a profession that had only appeared in recent years. They traveled through all kinds of dangerous famous mountains and rivers and were used to seeing life and death battles. Without strength, there was only death. Get lost. At this time, a cold voice sounded. It was from Lu Ming. The burly man was stunned. He looked at Lu Ming and thought that he had heard wrongly. This kid actually told him to get lost? Was he crazy? Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body. 7th level Martial Emperor Realm. The brawny man had a cultivation of the 7th level Martial Emperor Realm. The terrifying pressure made the other members of the treasure hunting group change their expressions. Many of them had grave expressions. ALV-7 Martial Royal Realm Expert was considered a top expert among all the treasure hunting groups. The pressure of a 7th level Martial Emperor kept pressing down on Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were calm and relaxed. As for Han Zhong and the other 3, their expressions changed drastically and their bodies trembled as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain. Brat, die! The burly man roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. You're the one who's going to die. I'm dead, Lu Ming said faintly. A ray of death flashed in his eyes. Then, a ray of death light suddenly appeared on the burly man's body and enveloped him. Oh! The brawny man let out a hoarse roar, and then under everyone's shocked gaze, he turned into ashes and disappeared. Hiss hiss hiss. Gasps were heard. A LV-7 Martial Royal Realm expert had been killed and turned into ashes. More importantly, no one could see how Lu Ming had attacked. Gulu! Han Zhong and the other 3 swallowed their saliva in shock. It seemed that Lu Ming's abilities far exceeded their imagination. Do you all want to die too? Lu Ming looked at the remaining members of the treasure hunting team. Those people's expressions changed and they retreated in a frenzy, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They didn't dare to attack. The others looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of respect. This was the outcome that Lu Ming wanted. In this way, others would not dare to have any ideas about them. It would save them a lot of trouble. Who is this young man? I've never seen him before. Could it be an expert from the Yuan continent? That's impossible. Every one of them from the Yuan continent is extremely terrifying. Ordinary Saint Realm experts are like ants in front of them. There are no weaklings. That's right, but this young man looks so young, yet he has such strength. Could he be one of the top 10 elites of the Divine Wilderness continent? No, I've seen all of the top 10 Heaven's favorites. I don't think there's such a person. Some people were discussing in low voices. The top 10 Heaven's favorites? Lu Ming revealed a look of interest. Everyone continued to wait. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, a deafening bull's roar came from the distant horizon. Then, everyone saw 5 or 6 giant bulls the size of mountains running toward them. The void rumbled as they stepped on it. They were only 5 or 6 bulls, but they were like an army of thousands. The speed of the 5 or 6 giant bulls was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the sky above Wu Yuan Mountain. Then, the giant bulls' bodies rapidly transformed into 6 burly men. Their terrifying auras burst out, causing everyone's expression to change. "It's the experts from the Divine Ox Palace!" someone exclaimed in fear. Roar! Roar! At this time, the roars of beasts came from the other side. Everyone saw a few giant wolves pulling a chariot. They arrived in the sky above Wuxia mountain in the blink of an eye. In the chariot, there were 7 brawny men dressed in animal skins. "It's the people from Manlong Palace!" someone exclaimed. "Emperor-to-be, absolute saint in the Great Circle." Lu Ming's eyes glowed. He could tell the cultivation of these people with a single glance. Half of them were emperor-to-be experts, and the rest were complete absolute saints. This was definitely not a native of the Divine Wilderness Continent. The Divine Wilderness Continent had only been revived for less than 10 years, so it was impossible for such a powerful existence to be born. Most of these people came from the Yuan continent. To Lu Ming's surprise, these people were not from the Azure continent, the Emperor continent, or the Cloud continent. Could it be that other than the Azure continent, the Cloud continent, and the Emperor continent, there are other places that have teleportation arrays that lead to the continent cluster of the Divine Ruins? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Ha ha ha! The sovereign race's expert laughed. To them, the people of the Divine Wilderness mainland were not humans, but ants that could be killed at will. Bang! The Divine Ox Palace's powerhouses also stepped out, planning to attack. "Let's go, Lu Ming! Let's go!" Han Zhong's expression changed drastically as he roared. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. On top of Wuxia mountain, the big tree emitted a bright light. Among them, 9 holy spirit fruits were even more brilliant. Rays of multicolored light circulated, and the medicinal fragrance was incomparably dense, spreading in all directions. The Holy Spirit fruit was about to ripen. The Sovereign Race and Divine Ox Palace's powerhouses all stopped in their tracks and looked at the Holy Spirit fruit. Everyone let out a long breath. They knew that they were saved. The strong practitioners of the Yuan continent no longer had the mood to deal with them. The Holy Spirit fruit is ours. The Sovereign Race's experts all pounced towards the Divine Spirit fruit tree. Get lost! The experts from the Divine Ox Palace and the Savage Dragon Hall also charged over. Boom! Boom! In order to fight for the Holy Spirit fruit, the powerhouses from the 3 sides entered a chaotic battle. A terrifying battle erupted in the sky above Wuxia mountain. So terrifying. Is this the peak existence of the Sage Realm? He's really too strong. I heard that the Saint Realm is divided into Bright Saint, Great Saint, Absolute Saint, and Emperor-to-be, which is Martial Emperor. These people are Absolute Saint and Emperor-to-be. That's right. An Emperor-to-be can form a river of laws. The experts of the Yuan continent are too strong. Many people shouted. Back then, no one in the Divine Wilderness continent knew about this. At that time, a LV1 Martial Royal Realm expert would be an overlord, and a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert would be a legend. Not to mention the Saint Realm. In everyone's impression, the Saint Realm was a legend. No one knew the specific division of the Saint Realm. But now, the world had recovered and everyone's cultivation had skyrocketed. At the same time, the powerhouses of the Yuan continent had descended. Naturally, the martial arts realm above that was also spread. The battle between the 3 sides was extremely intense. Lu Ming, let's take this opportunity and leave. Han Zhong was kind enough to tell Lu Ming and the rest to run away. If the Sovereign Race and the other 2 forces won, they would be finished. Let's go. We came here for the Holy Spirit fruit. The Holy Spirit fruit has ripened. It would be a pity if we leave without picking a few. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of Han Zhong and the rest, he walked towards the divine spiritual fruit tree. Qiu Yu followed closely behind Lu Ming. Han Zhong and the other 3 were tongue-tied, completely stunned. Lu Ming actually wanted to pick the Holy Spirit fruit when he was facing the powerhouses from the 3 forces. This was an act of courting death. He was definitely courting death. The 3 forces came from the Yuan continent, and some of them were Emperor-to-be experts. They were so strong that they could be killed with just a breath. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, He was no match for an absolute saint or an emperor-to-be. It was impossible. The strongest native cultivators of the divine wilderness continent had only just broken through to the bright saint realm. Compared to the people of the Yuan continent, they were far too inferior. Even if Lu Ming was from the Yuan continent, he was so young. How could he compete with an emperor-to-be? Not only them, the other members of the treasure hunting team also saw Lu Ming and Qiu Yu walking towards the divine spirit fruit tree. All of them were stunned. What are the two of them doing? Don't tell me you're trying to fish in troubled waters and pick the holy spirit fruit. You're looking for death. You're looking for death. He's really blinded by lard. He's simply crazy. Everyone thought that Lu Ming was courting death. He was dead for sure. Picking a spirit fruit under the eyes of some absolute saints and emperors-to-be was courting death. Many people did not leave. They wanted to see how Lu Ming and Qiu Yu would be killed. Even an emperor-to-be couldn't break the space. Everyone's attacks were completely routed. A terrifying power gushed out, and nearly 20 experts were severely injured. Their bodies trembled violently, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. A few of the weaker ones exploded. Illusionary spirit. Then, Lu Ming stretched out his hand and pointed. Countless runes appeared and turned into dozens of death gods. These death gods were not simply condensed from array Dao laws. There were also other laws contained within. Dozens of grim reapers charged toward the people from the three forces. Blood splattered everywhere, and heads rolled. The people from the three forces had been severely injured by Lu Ming with one move. How could they withstand the attack of the death god? They were killed one by one. In just a few breaths, all the experts from the three forces were killed. Not a single one was left. Lu Ming plucked the 9 holy spirit fruits one by one. It seems like the legends were wrong. It's impossible for a holy spirit fruit to directly create a saint realm expert. Lu Ming grabbed the last holy spirit fruit and studied it carefully. With Lu Ming's current vision and his understanding of the alchemy Dao laws, he could see the effects of some sacred elixirs very clearly. It was impossible for the holy spirit fruit to be like the legends, where one could directly create a saint realm expert after consuming it. However, if a person in the third stage of the half-saint realm took it, it could indeed increase the chances of becoming a saint and condensing the saint heart. Speaking of which, it was also a rare fruit. At this moment, everyone was petrified. Some of them rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were dreaming. Many of the experts from the three forces of the Yuan continent, including many emperor-to-be, were killed by Lu Ming. Especially Han Zhong and the other three, they were extremely shocked. Lu Ming had come with them. The burly man who had mocked Lu Ming previously was in a cold sweat and was filled with fear. If Lu Ming wanted to argue with him, he could blow him to death with a breath. Qiu Yu, let's go. Lu Ming smiled and walked over with Qiu Yu. When he passed by Han Zhong and the other three, he waved his hand and a wave of energy wrapped around the four of them, bringing them away into the sky. The others only reacted after a long while and immediately burst into an uproar. They guessed that Lu Ming should be an expert from the Yuan continent. Otherwise, he could not be so powerful. However, they did not know Lu Ming's name. Therefore, the name Black-Faced Grim Reaper spread and shook the entire divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming brought Han Zhong and the other three to travel 10,000 miles in an instant. They only stopped after they had left the mountain range. All right, this place is safe. Lu Ming said indifferently and then left with Qiu Yu. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Han Zhong and the other three were in a daze, and then they sighed. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu headed south. They soon left the northern plains and arrived at the central continent. The central continent was extremely prosperous, with many large cities standing between heaven and earth. This was something that didn't exist in the past. It was obviously built in recent years. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu found a large city and entered it. Lu Ming wanted to find out the specific situation of the Dragon Alliance and how the people in the Dragon Alliance were doing. The best place to gather information was a restaurant. This was a human's characteristic. In a restaurant, one could reveal many secrets by eating and drinking while chatting. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu entered a large restaurant and ordered some food and wine. Lu Ming spread his spiritual sense and listened to the others chatting. A series of voices entered Lu Ming's ears. Not long after, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had indeed heard some useful information. What do you know? At this moment, a sneer was heard throughout the restaurant. Then, a young man walked out of a private room. This person was thin and his eyes were long and narrow. When he opened and closed his eyes, a sharp light flashed. Then, young master, what do you think? One of the old men who had been discussing earlier cupped his fists and said, "A bunch of idiots. How dare they talk about the heroes of the world? Who the hell is that Lu Ming? How can he be compared to Ren Qianxing? He's not even fit to carry Ren Qianxing's shoes. Let's not talk about Ren Qianxing. Which of the top 10 Heaven's Pride experts can Lu Ming compare to?" The skinny young man sneered. The other people's faces changed. However, thinking about it, times were different now. What was Lu Ming's cultivation level back then? They hadn't even reached the martial royal realm yet. Now, the top 10 talents all had unfathomable cultivation. It was said that many of them had reached the half-saint realm. The difference was too great. The achievements of the paragons today were indeed far above Lu Ming's. If Lu Ming were still here, any one of the top 10 prodigies would be able to suppress him with a flip of their hands. The skinny young man said. What a big mouth. The Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance is #1 throughout the ages. How can those so-called geniuses be compared to him? What a joke. At this time, a cold voice was heard. Who's there? Get out here. The skinny young man shouted coldly. Then, footsteps were heard from the stairs of the restaurant, and 2 young men and women walked up. Xiaofan, Xiaorou. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was very surprised. The 2 young men and women were Lu Ming's in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou. What a coincidence. He didn't expect to meet her here. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, the 2 of them had matured a lot. They looked to be in their 20s and had extraordinary bearings. However, both of them had anger on their faces. They were furious that Lu Ming was humiliated. Who are you? The skinny young man asked with a sneer. Zhuang Xiaoshan. Zhuang Xiaorou. The 2 of them reported their names. So it's you two. The 2 legendary disciples of Lu Ming. Why? To seek justice for your master? But I'm telling the truth. Your master might have been good in the past, but now, he's just average. How can he compare to the 10 prodigies? The skinny young man sneered, his voice filled with mockery. Before the world changed, my master came from an isolated place in the Eastern Barren Territory. He went against the flow and fought against the heroes of the world. In the end, he even defeated all the overlords in the Divine Wilderness and established the Dragon Alliance. Such a battle record has never been seen before. Who can compare to him? Chapter 2170. Wash your neck clean and wait. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou both understood that the top 10 talents of the Divine Wilderness were all very talented. Most importantly, they were disciples of a strong person in the Yuan continent and had cultivated powerful domain techniques. Their combat power was unfathomable and they were probably no match for them. However, now that it concerned Lu Ming's reputation, they had no choice but to fight. Let's go out and fight. Zhuang Xiaoshan opened his mouth and then flew out of the window in a flash. Zhuang Xiaorou was also there. Li Ke's eyes flashed with a cold light as he flew out as well. Let's go and take a look. The people in the restaurant also flew out one after another, wanting to watch the show. Qiu Yue, let's go out too. Lu Ming said to Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu nodded, and the 2 of them flew out of the restaurant. Lu Ming could tell that Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou were not Li Ke's match. Now, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou's cultivation was at LV8 Martial Royal Realm. Compared to back then, he was already many times stronger. Originally, with their talent, it would have been difficult for them to reach this step. But now the world had changed. At the beginning of the world's metamorphosis, before the Yuan continent experts arrived, the Dragon Alliance was the ruler of the Divine Wilderness continent. They must have obtained many sacred herbs and spiritual roots. As Lu Ming's in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou must have benefited greatly. It was not surprising that their cultivation had reached such a level. However, Li Ku was even more powerful. His cultivation was already at the first stage of the half-saint realm, so he was much stronger than the two of them. In the sky, Zhuang Xiaofan, Zhuang Xiao, and Li Ku stood opposite each other. The surroundings were filled with people. When many people heard that one of them was Li Ku, one of the top 10 prodigies, and the other was the disciple of Lu Ming, the former leader of the Dragon Alliance, they were immediately interested. You two, come at me together. Let's end this quickly. I still want to go and drink. Li Ku said confidently. I'll deal with you alone. Zhuang Xiaoshan stepped forward and a long spear appeared in his hand. Boom! With a press of the long spear, the earth domain spread out and crushed toward Li Ku. Small tricks. Li Ku sneered. The sword in his hand burst into light and shot up into the sky. Zhuang Xiaoshan's earth territory was directly split open by Li Ku's sword light. Zhuang Xiaoshan's figure retreated rapidly, but there was a sword wound on his chest, and blood was flowing out. Zhuang Xiaoshan was injured in one move. Ha ha ha, you're really trash. You can't even block one move. This is Lu Ming's disciple. I can tell from you that Lu Ming isn't much. You guys even bragged about how powerful he is. Li Ku laughed, his voice full of mockery. Don't insult my master. I'm not as talented as my master. Zhuang Xiaoshan shouted, his eyes red. You're still bragging. One said, you two can come at me together. Li Ku looked at Zhuang Xiao and said in disdain. Zhuang Xiao stepped forward and stood next to Zhuang Xiaoshan. Boom! Boom! The two sides started fighting again. This time, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao fought together. However, they were still no match for him. After a few moves, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were defeated and retreated while vomiting blood. Ha ha ha, you're really trash. You can't even withstand a single blow. Even if your master were here, he wouldn't be my opponent. Li Ku laughed wildly. Shut up. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao shouted. You've already been defeated, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. I'll completely cripple the two of you today and turn you into true trash. Li Ku's eyes turned cold as he rushed toward Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao. His sword light burst forth with amazing power. I'm going to kill you. Zhuang Xiaoshan roared as he swept his spear out with the force of Mount Tai. Xiaoshan, Xiao, your talents are still lacking. In the crowd, Lu Ming shook his head. Then, he took a step forward and a surge of energy gushed out and silently flowed into Zhuang Xiaoshan's body. Apart from Qiu Yu, no one else noticed this. Small tricks break. Li Ku shouted arrogantly, and his sword light burst forth. He wanted to break Zhuang Xiao's spear momentum with one move and cripple Zhuang Xiaoshan. Boom! Suddenly, the power of Zhuang Xiaoshan's spear increased dramatically. The spear light was dazzling and turned into 1,000 meters long, like a mountain range, pressing down on Li Ku. Li Ku's sword light was like a candle flame that was extinguished as soon as it appeared. How is this possible? Ah! Li Ku shouted in disbelief. Then Zhuang Xiao's spear force pressed down, and Li Ku was smashed to the ground like a dead dog. He smashed a big hole in the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Zhuang Xiaoshan himself was stunned. He suddenly felt a surge of power flowing into his body, making his power surge. Someone is helping me. Zhuang Xiaoshan immediately thought of this. Zhuang Xiao was also dumbfounded. How did Zhuang Xiaoshan suddenly become so awesome? Around them, the others were also dumbfounded. Just now, Zhuang Xiaoshan was completely suppressed by Li Ku and couldn't fight back. In the blink of an eye, Zhuang Xiaoshan seemed to have become a different person. He completely crushed Li Ku and injured him with one move. What was going on? Boom! How could Zhuang Xiaoshan miss such an opportunity? He took a step forward, and a terrifying force crushed towards Li Ku. Li Ku let out a long cry and used all his strength to resist. However, Zhuang Xiaoshan was now supported by Lu Ming's power. How could he resist him? The powerful force was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down. Li Ku was like a toad. His 4 limbs were on the ground and he kept twisting and turning, but it was useless. Under the pressure, he screamed and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't be more miserable. Who is it? Who is helping him? My master is a quasi-emperor from the monarch race. Who are you? Tell me your name. Li Ku shouted. He was not stupid. He immediately thought that there must be a master who was helping Zhuang Xiaoshan in the dark. Otherwise, Zhuang Xiaoshan's power could not have suddenly increased. The surrounding spectators also came to a realization. It was likely that someone was helping Zhuang Xiaoshan in secret. Who is it? If you have the ability, then come out. You won't have a good end for going against my monarch race. Li Ke shouted. He, you are from the divine wilderness continent. When did you become a member of the sovereign race? Perhaps you are just a dog of the sovereign race. Chapter 2170 Reunion. Many people turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked very young, but his abilities were really unfathomable. Previously, he had helped Zhuang Xiaoshan secretly and was able to crush Li Ku. How strong must his cultivation be? However, his tone was indeed too arrogant. He actually wanted Sakura to wash his neck clean and wait for death. He was really arrogant without limits. Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that Lu Ming was just spouting nonsense to satisfy his mouth. Many thanks. Senior, please help me. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro came over and thanked Lu Ming. At the same time, they were also very surprised. They had never seen Lu Ming before and did not know why he helped them. Follow me, Lu Ming said. Then, he turned and walked out of the city. Qiu Yu followed Lu Ming. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro looked at each other and then followed Lu Ming obediently. Very quickly, they left the city and came to a remote area. There was no one here. Lu Ming stopped and turned around. It's been many years since we've met. You two little fellows, Lu Ming said with a smile. Now. He did not hide his voice and it returned to his original voice. Upon hearing this voice, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro's bodies trembled violently. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and then their disbelief turned into endless joy. Master. Master, is it really you? Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming smiled. His appearance began to change and he returned to his original appearance. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance, which had not changed much since more than 10 years ago, the two of them trembled even more violently. Master, he's back. The two of them were incoherent, especially Zhuang Xiaoro, who was so excited that tears kept falling. You're still crying? You're already so old. Lu Ming smiled and shed tears for Zhuang Xiaoro. After a long time, the siblings' emotions finally stabilized. Master, when did you return? Why didn't you inform us? Zhuang Xiaoro smiled. I just came back. The moment I came back, one found that the world had changed greatly. I was afraid that you would be controlled by the strong practitioners of the Yuan continent, so one didn't send a message. One wanted to secretly gather information. Lu Ming asked, what's the situation now? Are Xia Luan and the others all right? And my parents? Senior Xiaowan and the others have always been under the control of the monarch race and forced to work for them. On the other hand, Grand Teacher and Grand Teacher are fine. They're just nearby, Zhuang Xiaoshan said. The Great-Grandmaster and Great-Grandmaster he was talking about were Lu Ming's parents. My parents are not far away? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Yes, Grand Teacher and Grand Teacher's cultivation is relatively weak, so the sovereign race didn't pay much attention to them. They left the Imperial Dragon City a long time ago, and they still have time to go in with Senior Motion. Zhuang Xiaoro said. Senior Motion, fatty? Let's go, take me there. Lu Ming said. Immediately, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro took Lu Ming and Qiu Yu and flew towards the south. On the way, Qiu Yu had also returned to her original appearance. The Zhuang siblings were so surprised that they almost called Qiu Yu Master's wife. He only found out about Qiu Yu's true identity after that. On the way, Lu Ming asked the siblings about what had happened in the past few years in detail. The siblings shared their thoughts in detail, allowing Lu Ming to understand more about the situation in the divine wilderness continent. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain range. This mountain range was majestic and vast. They flew all the way to a valley. In the distance, he could see a few wooden houses in the valley. Great Teacher's wife. From afar, the Zhuang siblings cried out. A figure walked out of the wooden house. From afar, Lu Ming could see his parents. It's Xiaofan. Xiao Rou has returned. Li Ping smiled. However, at the next moment, Li Ping's voice stopped abruptly. She saw Lu Ming and could not look away. At the same time, Lu Yuntian also saw Lu Ming. Just like Li Ping, he could not shift his gaze away. Ming-er, it's really you. Ming-er, you're back. Old man, help me take a look. Am I seeing things? I'm seeing Ming-er again. Li Ping mumbled to herself. As she spoke, her tears flowed down. You're not seeing things, Ming-er really is back. Lu Yuntian said, his voice trembling slightly. Lu Ming also felt a lump in his throat. It had been more than 10 years since they parted in a hurry. Although the concept of time in the world of martial Dao was different from that of ordinary people, and a closed-door cultivation could last a few years, it had been more than 10 years since he last saw the two elders. They must have missed him a lot. Moreover, Lu Ming was going to the Yuan continent alone. The danger was unknown. It would be strange if they were not worried. Father, mother. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and came before the two elders. Li Ping pulled Lu Ming and sized him up carefully. She was completely speechless and her tears flowed. I say, why are you crying? It's a good thing that Ming-er is back. Why do you keep crying? You're really a woman, Lu Yuntian said. However, tears were also welling up in his eyes. Ming-er, let your friend come in and have seat. As Lu Yuntian spoke, he turned to look at Qiu. The moment he saw her, he was stunned. Autumn. Qiu. Lu Yuntian was in slight disbelief. Li Ping's gaze also turned to Qiu, and she was stunned. Qiu, it's really you. You're back too? Li Ping was extremely surprised. Qiu's eyes were already filled with tears, and she could not hold it in at this time. She rushed into Li Ping's arms, and her eyes fell as she said, Madam Master, Qiu is back. Qiu is back to see you. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Li Ping caressed Qiu's beautiful hair and was extremely happy. In their hearts, Qiu was like their daughter. However, it had been almost 20 years since they last saw her. Now that they had met again, they were naturally excited. After a long time, everyone's emotions finally calmed down. Li Ping held Qiu's hand and asked her all sorts of questions. Lu Ming, ha, it's really you. At this moment, two burly figures flew over. Lu Ming took a look and smiled. Who else could it be but Fatty Kong Jin? The other one was the Devil Sky Emperor. Of course, Lu Ming's gaze swept across and realized that the Devil Sky Emperor was no longer an emperor. His cultivation had already reached the lower tier of the Bright Saint realm. Thinking about it, it was true. Back when the original energy was scarce, anyone who could break through to the martial royal realm was definitely the best in terms of talent, wisdom, perseverance, and so on. Moreover, at the beginning of the world's metamorphosis, those martial emperors also had an absolute advantage and could obtain a large amount of resources. Thus, it was not surprising that the demonic sky sovereign had broken through to the saint realm. It was likely that the emperors of that era had all broken through to the saint plane. As for Fatty Kong, his cultivation was different from before. He had reached the third stage of the half-saint realm. However, his body had become even fatter, and he looked like a meat bale. Fatty, Lu Ming said with a smile. Ha. Come, give me a hug. The fat man rushed over and crashed into Lu Ming like a body. The fat on his body jiggled like waves. Lu Ming quickly dodged or he would be suffocated to death. Chapter 2172. Fatty becomes a saint in the valley. In front of the wooden house, everyone was gathered around a stone table. Fatty took out a large amount of fine wine and delicacies, and everyone ate and talked. Lu Ming understood that the demonic Sky King was used to living in seclusion in the mountains. When he joined the Dragon Alliance, he did not stay in the Imperial Dragon City but in the mountains. After the world changed, he brought Kong Jin with him and obtained a large number of sacred medicines and mutant fruits. His bloodline evolved, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, when the monarch race arrived, he was not in Dragon Emperor City. Therefore, he was not controlled by the monarch race. As for those with weaker cultivation bases, the monarch race did not care much about them, such as Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming, What's your cultivation realm now? The Devil Sky King looked at Lu Ming. This was because he realized that he could not see through Lu Ming's cultivation level at all. At the same time, he could not see through Qiu Yu's cultivation level at all. He could not help but ask. Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming did not hide anything and spoke frankly. The demonic sky sovereign, Li Ping, Lu Yuntian, and the others were all silent for a moment before they were overjoyed. Lu Ming had actually reached the Emperor-to-be realm. To them, this was unimaginable. Humph, that Li Ku actually said that Master is not as good as them. They really don't even deserve to carry Master's shoes. Zhuang Xiaoshan said. Lu Ming, the gap between us is really getting bigger and bigger. Kong Jin's face was bitter, as if he had suffered a great blow. Qiu Yue has already become an emperor. Lu Ming suddenly said. Then, he saw Kong Jin's entire body freeze on the spot. His mouth was wide open and his small eyes were staring at Qiu Yu. The others were not any better. They looked at Qiu Yu in shock. Qiu Yu had actually become an emperor. This was simply unimaginable. In their eyes, martial sovereigns were supreme beings. However, someone was sitting right beside them. I don't want to live anymore, the fatty wailed. Did I really become a saint emperor? Li Ping held Qiu Yu's hand in excitement. Now that the world was changing and all living things were recovering, the cultivation level of the divine wilderness continent had increased by several levels. Although Li Ping was born unable to cultivate, she had also reached the spirit ocean tier by now with the accumulation of countless resources. On the other hand, Lu Yunshan's cultivation base was at the spiritual god realm. Therefore, they had a great understanding of the cultivation realms of martial arts. Naturally, they knew what a martial supreme represented. Qiu Yu's face turned red and she said in a small voice, Although I've become a saint emperor, I'm still far from young master's strength. Sigh, I'm old, I'm really old. The world will belong to you young people in the future. The Devil Sky Sovereign sighed. Everyone drank and chatted, and a few hours quickly passed. In the next few days, Lu Ming would take time to accompany Lu Yuntian and Li Ping and chat with the two elders. A few days later, Lu Ming called for Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro to come to a nearby mountain peak. I heard that in less than 3 months, there will be a battle between the 3 continents. Xiaoshan, Xiaoro, I've said before that in 3 months, I'll let you defeat Li Ku with your own hands. Are you confident? Lu Ming said. This. Master, Li Ku is at the first stage of the half-saint realm, while we're at the LV8 martial royal realm. It'll be difficult for us to catch up with him in 3 months. Zhuang Xiaoshan whispered. He was still being tactful. His and Zhuang Xiao's talents were average. Although they had eaten mutant fruits and their bloodlines had evolved, they were only at the 7th level of divine level bloodlines. Over the years, they had refined a lot of spiritual and sacred herbs to improve their cultivation to this level. However, it was impossible to defeat Li Ku in 3 months. With me here, do you think you can't catch up with Li Ku? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He took out a jade bottle and threw it to Zhuang Xiaoshan. There are top-grade nirvana elixirs in here. You and Xiao Rou can refine them separately. One of them is enough to raise the grade of your bloodline to God grade level 9. Many thanks, Master. The 2 siblings were overjoyed and knelt down before Lu Ming. Naturally, they were overjoyed. Lu Ming had given them a peerless treasure pill. Although there were many mutant fruits in the world now, some of which could evolve one's bloodline, the number of such mutant fruits was too small. And now, Lu Ming had taken out an entire bottle. Lu Ming, do you have any spirit pills that are suitable for me? The fatty was extremely envious. He rubbed his chubby hands and looked at Lu Ming with eager eyes. Back then, his bloodline had been at the 8th level of the divine level. After consuming the mutant fruit, it had already reached the 9th level of the divine level. There was no need for him to increase the level of his bloodline. Fatty, I will let you break through to the martial saint realm in a few days. Lu Ming smiled. To break through to the martial saint realm in a few days? Is that true? Fatty's eyes began to shine. Of course it's true, but it's a little painful. Let's see if you can bear it. Lu Ming smiled. Of course I can. Who am I? Master Kong Jin. The fat man patted his chest, and his fat trembled like water. All right. Lu Ming waved his hand and the Dian elixir furnace appeared on the ground. He said, Let's go in. All? Into the pill furnace? Fatty was dumbfounded. That's right. If you enter, you will be able to break through to the Martial Saint realm in a few days. Lu Ming said. It's so magical, here I come. The fatty leaped into the furnace and Lu Ming began to activate the furnace. The alchemy fire spread out and enveloped the fatty's entire body. Then, a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered came from the furnace. Fatty kept on shouting. Lu Ming continued to put sacred elixirs into the alchemy furnace. There were also 2 sacred spirit fruits. The sacred spirit fruits could increase the success rate of breaking through to the saint realm and make it easier for one to condense a saint heart. Fatty, stop shouting. Focus on absorbing energy and prepare to break through. Lu Ming said. Fatty endured the pain and began to cultivate. Zhuang Xiaofan and Zhuang Xiaoro also ran to the side, swallowed a nirvana elixir each, and began to refine the elixir. 3 days later, Zhuang Xiaofan and Zhuang Xyrus bloodlines had successfully evolved under the medicinal power of the nirvana elixir, reaching divine level 9. On his return this time, Lu Ming bought a large number of nirvana pills, all of which were top-notch. Naturally, it would allow their bloodlines to evolve to the peak. Nirvana elixir was an extremely cheap elixir in the Yuan continent. However, in the Divine Wilderness continent, it was a treasure. At the same time, Fatty's cultivation had reached a critical point. Boom! A powerful aura came out of the Da Yen elixir furnace. Then, the Fatty rushed out of the elixir furnace and floated in the air, his aura exploding wildly. Ha ha ha, I've broken through, I've finally broken through, I've become a saint. Fatty laughed continuously, he was so excited that he could die. Isn't that number 1 genius Ran Qianxing very arrogant? The next time I see him, I'm going to chop him up with my axe. The Fatty continued to laugh, as if he was invincible. You've become a saint? Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were also shocked. Then, he admired Lu Ming even more. After a long while, Fatty calmed down and concealed his aura. Fatty, there's a divine art here that's suitable for your laws. Take it and cultivate. Then, Lu Ming threw a jade talisman to the Fatty. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.